All right, all right, all right. Let me just take a look. Whoa, I have a tissue here somewhere. Wait, whilst you guys are tuning in. Look at that. What a day, huh? It's been quite a hectic day, I must say. All right, whilst I wait for some of you to just tune in, let me know if the sound is coming through. Um, sounds like you're in a cave. Okay, so there's some echo going on. Take a look. Is it coming in through here? Let me switch that off. Um, so I'll check 1 second. Let me check the settings. Audio. Ah, hello, 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 hello. All right, I think that's gone through now. Um, what about if I take this off? The voice should be hopefully static. And close this settings again. 1 second. So hopefully now the sound is coming through fine. I think it connected to the wrong mic. So, Bismillah, إن الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فالسلام الله على القوم. Right, so Nora sounds all good. Shukran for that. Let's see who we have with us. Scorpio, all right. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ayub from Barbados. Oh, rather. Indeed, Quranic Islam. You've got Quranic Islam on board. That's good to hear. 7 Earths. The 7 Earths followers, people. Kya baat hai, kya baat hai. So, much love from Darwin, Australia. Claire, ahlan wa sahlan. Naveed from Kansas City, Missouri. All right. And Doc, you're doing it. Right, people. So, ahlan wa sahlan, ahlan wa sahlan. Luckily, I bought myself some coffee here. Kya baat hai, kya baat hai. So, what's happening with my hair? यार ये हो क्या रहा है. Right, let's not waste time, people. I wanted to take a look today at, let me bring up the file. Right, so I wanted to take a look at this theme as a Quranic guidance, which is tied to the following topic of what if it were. Now, put that aside for a moment. I really want to focus today's session on the Satanic Verses, Salman Rushdie, and just an overview, an evaluation, maybe psychoanalyze this man in question, Salman Rushdie. Right. And also discuss the book Satanic Verses. What is this book about? Why it rose to infamous notoriety, and what is at the crux of this debate? What are the Satanic Verses? So, and look at the Islamic angle on that as well. So, Michael Dempsey, ahlan wa sahlan, doing it. I must say, theologisticity. Wow, kya baat hai. What a name for a channel. Right, so why I want to look at these themes? Because it's very relevant right now, and we'll come back to this. Let's start as always. I should have some sha'iri. Allah, Allah. People, a poem that is from a ghazal that I've read on a few occasions previously. The famous Mujhse Pehli Si Mohabbat Mere Mehboob Nama. That don't ask me for the first love. Allah. That the first love, man. The Pehli Si Mohabbat. That love of the first kind. That is a non-repeat. It's an epic ghazal by Faiz that has been sung on several occasions, and it's so popular. But this line or this couplet from it, and there's two couplets, but that tu jo mil jaye to takdeer nigu ho jaye. This is an interesting perspective. That tu jo mil jaye to takdeer nigu is that it would be that if something has been kind of controlled, has been dominated, that it has to hang low and submit itself. Okay, so tu jo mil jaye to takdeer nigu ho jaye, that takdeer, destiny, would have been dominated and be under my control. यूं ना था, मैंने फकत चाहा था यूं हो जाए. Allah, this line is epic. It says it wasn't such. Like, don't be mistaken, that didn't happen. It says, मैंने फकत चाहा था यूं हो जाए. And this is from the motif of what if it were. Now, this what if it were is an interesting theme because it can go one of two ways. See, this what if, it has a directionality to it. It can go forwards into the future or backwards into the past. That what if it were? As the poet says, لَسْتُ بِرَاجِعٍ مَا فَاتَ مِنِّي, that which has gone, I can never return it to me. لَسْتُ بِرَاجِعٍ مَا فَاتَ مِنِّي لَا بِلَهْفَ وَلَا لَيْتَ وَلَا لَوْ أَنِّي. These are Arabic terms that are used to express a kind of lamenting reminisce for the past. Ya lahfa, or it's like ya later, if only. You know, in Urdu we have this word kash. E kash ke hum. The famous song by Shah Rukh Khan. E kash ke hum, from his Kabhi Haan Kabhi Na film. That very old classic. See, old people, yeah. Ab hum, we've now reached this age. So this saying this, gosh, if only, wow, I should have, I could have, I would have. These things, when it's done in the past, and we all do this, it can be quite perilous. It can be quite debilitating. It can depress you, frustrate you, annoy you. It can at times even ruin your potential. That if only, yeah, if only this had happened, if only I'd done this, if only I'd taken that choice, if only I'd taken that job offer, if only I'd started that business idea, if only I'd pursued that relationship, if only I'd not pursued this relationship, if only I'd done this, if only I'd done that. ألا ليت الشباب يعود يوما فأخبره بما فعل المشيب. That's a later. Later in Arabic is min akhwati kan. I mean, sorry, min akhwati in. Bloody hell. It is late, huh? That it is from inna wa akhawatuha, those people that know the grammar. Now, later is this, if only, he says, if only my youth would return to me someday. فَأُخْبِرَهُ بِمَا فَعَلَ الْمَشِيبُ. Then I may be able to, then I would tell it what old age has done to me. I would complain. So that is what if in the past. But what if for the future can be incredibly empowering? That what if I take this path? What if I decide to do this? What if I go that extra step? What if I take this risk? It's the same what if. It's the direction in which you project it. Into the future, it can change your life. Into the past, it can cripple you. So that's this what if. And in this poem, there's an element of that where he says, "Tu jo mil jaye to takdir nigum ho jaye. Yu na tha, maine faqat chaha tha yu ho jaye." He says it wasn't such that if I had had you, then destiny itself would have been subservient to me. It wasn't such. I'd only wished that had it been so. और भी दुख हैं ज़माने में मोहब्बत के सिवा, राहतें और भी हैं वसल की राहत के सिवा. This is an epic, it's an incredible, it's one of the most, it's an immortalized, eternalized couplet from this poem, that there are other melancholies, other problems, other issues, other catastrophes in life besides love. राहतें और भी हैं वसल की राहत के सिवा. That besides meeting somebody you love, a beloved, there's other joys in life too. This was said by Faith, but it was the first poem first couplet I wanted to enlighten with today's theme of what if. Right now, let me just bring this up. And this poem, an interesting couplet to do with, once again, looking forward, but with that courage to look life directly in the eyes. That is zindagi jitni marzi talkhiyan badha. That life, he's addressing life, or she's addressing life. That no matter how many more events of bitterness that you will increase, like no matter what bitterness, what problems, what issues, what tragedies you bring, वादा है तुझे हंसकर गुजारेंगे, that I promise you I will pass by you, as in spend life, pass life, smiling. That is zindagi jitni marzi talkhiyan badha, वादा है तुझे हंसकर गुजारेंगे. I think these things are so empowering to always, as a reminder, see these things. This was I saw this, I thought, this is in the style of, it's not actually John Elias, but it's in the style of Kab talak tere ishq ko ron, mere ghar ke bhi 100 masail hai. mere ghar ke bhi 100 masail hai. This is just a humorous humorous one, that how long can we remain riddled in ishq? Oh, right. Okay. Since I put this on there, I didn't realize. This is a totally random thing. It shouldn't really be on there, but yeah, it's really fascinating. I came across this actually in recent days, that that geneticists have broken down and realized that this person, I think they've named her Denny, and we have some fossils like a finger and I believe a tooth and things like this from the Denisova cave in Siberia of this individual, and it now turns out that Denny, she, and I'm assuming the gender, no, it was a she. Uh-oh. So Denny was a hybrid child of a Neanderthal and a Denisovan. And it mentioned that the mother was a Neanderthal mother and a Denisovan father. So they had hybridized this child, and it's the only known record we have of such a hybrid hominin species that is a descendant of directly two different species. It's fascinating. It's just wow. So there's some stuff online about that. Paolo Savante, who's one of the leading paleontologists and specialists on this field, he has certain things on it. But yeah, right. So what I wanted to take a look at this verse today of what if it were, and then I'll just take a look at what you're saying, and we'll come back to right. So just a moment. Right. Mhm. Right. We'll come to some of these questions in just a moment. This theme, or this topic of what if it were, I wanted to take a look at this verse 52 of Suratul Hajj, and this is very relevant to the verses we're going to take a look at, or the discussion, of the Satanic Verses we'll be taking a look at in a while, and Salman Rushdie and this whole incident, because it's anchored in this verse. But this verse I wanted to explain in light of this theme. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وما أرسلنا من قبلك من رسول ولا نبي إلا إذا تمنى ألقى الشيطان في أمنيته فَيَنْسَخُ اللَّهُ مَا يُلْقِي الشَّيْطَانُ ثُمَّ يُحْكِمُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ وَاللَّهُ عَلِيمٌ حَكِيمٌ. Now, this verse, there's so much that could be unpacked here. But let's just take a look at it from this perspective, that we did not send before you any prophet or messenger. Now, one interesting point here is that prophets and messengers are not simply synonyms, that they are different entities. So that's a discussion that people have had, that what's a Rasul and what's a Nabi. So, and there's several definitions, but the most of a popular one is that a Rasul, that every Rasul is a Nabi, but not every Nabi is a Rasul. And that a Rasul is a Nabi who has been sent out to his people. And a Nabi is not necessarily sent out to his people or her people, because many people have argued that there were also female Anbiya. Okay, so like Maryam alayhi salam, and several people are of that opinion that Mary was a prophetess. She was a prophet. And Ibn Hazm has a great discussion on that in his book Al-Fisl fil Milal wal Nihal. And I find myself in line with those ulama that do feel Maryam alayhi salam was a prophet. So, okay, that discussion aside, illa idha tamanna, except when they desired. Now, here this tamanna, alqa shaytanu fi umniyati. Fayansakhul, except that when they have these wishes, the shaitan tries to plague their wishes and desires, their thoughts. فَيَنْسَخُ اللَّهُ مَا يُلْقِي الشَّيْطَانِ. But Allah cancels, nulls, renders null, renders inactive this negative action of the shaitan. Thumma, thereafter Allah shows or solidifies his signs, his symbols, his ayat, his verses. Wallahu alimun hakim. Indeed, Allah is all-knowing, most wise. Now, this verse here, one way of looking at this verse is that we as insan, and here Anbiya and Rusul are human beings, and they are from human beings to human beings. We at times may think, what if such and such was? What if what if it was to have been like this? And this is a very normal process to think like this. But there are dangers that if we dwell on these things, here it is described that the shaitan could grip you. He could plunge you, submerge you into attempt to submerge you into an abyss. With these thoughts of the past, or if such and such had happened in such and such way, these things can derail your mission. And here in this verse, if a prophet was to think, and it's normal, if a prophet was to think, if the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was to think, I wish all my people didn't resist in this way, I wish such and such people would embrace Islam. If only these people were to be more kind and show this. Would it be that if such and such tribe had come to guidance and such had materialized? If only these collective settlements were to come round to this faith and not reject the Quran in this way. Now these thoughts are coming from a place of compassion, and the prophets and the Anbiya, and by extension, all of us human beings. This is a lesson for us all. We all have these thoughts. We may not be having them in light of compassion for the ummah. We ought to, but we may not. We may just be having them for ourselves, for our family. Oh, if only my child had done such and such. Oh, if only these people weren't in such, weren't such bad people, or if only this hadn't happened to me in the past. If only. These are very natural psychological occurrences to think like this. Now, the Prophet ﷺ also thought that if only my people would embrace this message of God. Here, when we think like this, we can, sure, it's very normal, but we can find Allah says that using the word here, that the shaitan can take a person deeper into this dwelling in such a way that it could depress you. It could thereby derail you from your mission. And this is to the prophets and the Rusul and the Anbiya, the messengers, but it's to us by extension as well. If I keep thinking, if only I did that degree, if only I got into that relationship at that time with such and such person, if only I started at that, if only I bought Bitcoin when it first started. If we allow the shaitan to pull us deeper into this abyss of negative ruminations, of missed opportunities, it can cripple us. Allah mentions here, فَيَنْسَخَ اللَّهُ مَا يُلْقِ الشَّيْطَانِ. Now this is primarily to the Anbiya, but by extension to all people who read the Quran, that Allah, you see, nasakh is to wipe clear almost, to cancel, we could say today, to render null and void, inactive. Allah renders these negative actions, this negative, these thoughts, ruminations, Allah renders them null and void. But how does he? But by us remembering, bringing into mindfulness Allah and His His decree, His wisdom. You see, okay, I didn't do such and such. Okay, I didn't take that job at that time. Okay, I didn't pursue that goal, that relationship. I didn't start that business at that time. I didn't buy Bitcoin when it first happened. This is for at our level. You zoom in the verse to the Rasul, to the Anbiya, at their level, that okay, these people are not embracing the message. Okay, those people are not being compassionate towards you. Okay, these people are not refraining from making life hell for the believers. Take it. Now what? See, Allah is bringing you back to the now. You focus, you strategize, you plan for the future by moving forward from the present. It didn't happen then. But what are we doing about making a difference for the future? Allah teaches us in His ayat, and not just His ayat, in His signs, in His symbols around us in the world, that fortune favors the bold. Sure, by sitting around and just saying, if only nothing comes to you. لست براجع ما فات مني لا بلهفة ولا ليت ولا لو أني. But I need to get up and do something. You know, that a person that as the poet says, that لا خير في امرئ يطري أوائله ويطرق رأسه إن سألته ما هو. That there's no goodness in a person who's just speaking about the past or a legacy that it's not his, even if it was his father's or it was something. But when you ask, what about you? What about now? They just hang their head in despondency. There's no goodness in that. Moving forward, we see in the signs that it's only by planning, by facing adversity, that Allah writes success. And you can change, you can see history, what will be history being made. ثُمَّ يُحْكِمُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ. Allah solidifies His signs in reality. And His ayat in the Quran by teaching you that it's your act. You do, there will be adversity. It doesn't matter. You keep marching forward. Wallahu alimun hakim. Allah is all knowing. You know, sometimes check this out. We're with, sometimes maybe we're in a difficult situation. We're quite freaked out about something. But there's a person with us that's just calm. And their calmness reassures us. It's like, maybe this guy knows something I don't. I'm sure that's happened to everyone. You see, it's that sense of knowing. You think, well, I don't know what this guy knows. I just know that there's a calmness, and therefore, surely he must know something or she must know something, and therefore, now that's at us at a human level. Allah say, Wallahu alim. Be calm. Allah knows. It's all knowing. There's a plan. Hakim, Allah is all wise. Stop. What's happened has happened. Mada ma mada. Whatever's been has gone. Ho gaya yaar. It's about moving forward. This understanding of the verse, I feel, is not only empowering for us, but it also explains what this verse is about. That it's normal, it's natural that prophets, messengers, they would have thought that if only my people embraced the message, if only such and such happened, if only this had happened. It's natural, but it's not to dwell on that. See, because dwelling on that, the shaitan could try to make people feel depressed. He could try to derail the mission ahead. And Allah, for the messengers, certainly, and for us too, if we remember Allah's message, that Allah renders this negativity null and void, this whispering waswasa of the shaitan, renders it null and void. For us too, if we remember Allah has a plan, it's okay. This didn't happen. But look at God's signs in creation around you. Look at the message in the Quran. It is as certain can be that those who keep their eyes on the goal, keep marching forward, they achieve. Allah is all knowing. Relax. Allah is all knowing. Allah is all wise. Even the things that have befallen you in the past may have aided to shape your character and make you the person that you are today. That is a beautiful way to read this verse, Suratul Hajj, verse 52. Okay. And this is important. I'm going to come back to this because this ties in with the whole discussion of the Satanic Verses. But we'll come to that in just a moment. Let's take a look at what you guys have been saying. Yep. Shukran Alama Lonzetta. All right. How's the implant? Yeah, people, I've had to have a tooth implant. Bloody hell. Can you believe it? Check this out. So I had this crown veneer. Veneer? No, I had this crown. And it must have been just over a decade now. So the other day, I'm chewing gum and I'm thinking, what's that suction? That was this. It's at that point that Morgan Freeman, his voice comes in because I'm like, what's that suction? Oh, let me carry on and do that again with the gum. And that's when Morgan Freeman says, indeed, it was not a good idea to carry on. And so my crown falls out. I'm like, what the hell? I've got this. And so I put it back in place, as one does, and I kind of clench on it, bite on it, push it down, and it grips it. And although, arguably, according to some of the Shafi'i fiqh, it may be now impure, it's a good thing we're not Shafi'i. So now, so it holds it in place, and it's fine. There's no, I'd had a root canal in the past, so it wasn't painful. So I'd been, okay, right, I need to get to a dentist at some point. So in the following day or day after, I arranged this emergency appointment. I get there. So it's been a day and a half. I wake up the day of the appointment. It's there. It's still in place, everything, and get ready, get to the dentist, and it's not there. I thought, that's bloody weird. So the dentist asked me, he said, did you eat it? I said, you know what? I honestly don't know. I think did I eat it? I had breakfast. I mean, I don't remember eating it. Don't remember. I did brush my teeth. Maybe it fell out then. I don't remember spitting it out. All I know, it's not here now. So, well. So anyway, we arranged and I've had the implant put in, and so or the base, the bolt or whatever it is, they fitted that in, the extraction. And one thing I definitely learned at the end of this was that, man, dentistry is the business to get into. Man, that is a business to make money. Yes, I need to hook up with some dentists and okay, not hook up in that sense. Hook up. I need to arrange and need to start a business, man. This is This is the one, I'm telling you. That sounds like a cha. Like, that'll be the cheapest option just to replace a tooth. The cheapest option is 1.5 grand. I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah, like, which kidney should I just leave behind? It's like, I can live with one. What the hell? Anyway, let's move on. Shukran for asking. Allah bless you. Right. That was Qamar Shahzad. Shahzad reminds me of a poem. He says, gu- he says, गुजरनी है जो शहजाद गुजर जाएगी संभालने से तबीयत कहाँ संभलती है. That's an epic line. That that गुजरनी है जो शहजाद गुजर जाएगी. That basically life, whatever has to go will just go. That संभालने से तबीयत कहाँ संभलती है. Epic line right there. Rifi, shukran, Allah bless you. Always see, look, this is this is the love and gratitude. May Allah shower His grace upon you. Ameen. Right, I don't know how to read the name. Mahadev Pur Mamun. I want to join your Zoom discussion. What Zoom discussion is that? Is that this one? Or is it my private sessions? Well, if it's this one, I should share the link later on, unless I cut it short. I should share the invite. If it's my one-to-one perspective sessions, then they are on Zoom, but they are arranged via Patreon. So you go to Patreon and you select, you select the one-to-one tier session, and then it guides you how to book and schedule your session. They are then held on Zoom. And if you meant this is not Zoom, this is StreamYard. So yeah, so for this, just hang in there. Stadia Mac, Salam Mufti, seeing you makes me happy. Allah bless you. Look at that. That is simply a reflection of the positivity, the love that is within you. See, our sentiments, we beam what is within us. Got Zubair from Houston. Please like the shukran, much love. Alam Alonzeta. Mufti, so glad you did Bukhari Gate. I was reluctant, feeling guilty to accept the truth at first, but Ghamidi, Ali, Sheikh Shabir Ali, and you made me realize that hadith is in Quran. Bukhari wasn't making sense to me already. You see, the strategy is, the methodology is that there is a distinction between hadith wa sunnah. We embrace the sunnah wholeheartedly, but a hadith may or may not be the sunnah. Hadith is simply a historical documentation. And what somebody documents may not be the sunnah. They may be mistaken in what they say. There may be mistakes in what people transmit from them. There may be mistakes in, maybe there was a practice, maybe in certain cases, but it was not the sunnah of the Prophet. So there are hadith. So there's a huge overlap. Like, think of it as a Venn diagram. There's a huge overlap of hadith and sunnah. But there are hadith which are not sunnah, and there are certain sunnah that were never documented. And a great display of that is the amal of Ahl al-Madinah, as Imam Malik taught. So, and a great example is the Taraweeh, 20 Taraweeh. It is a sunnah, but it's not really in hadith, really, or clearly speaking. It's not in hadith clearly. So these things are, unless you're considering certain, but there's many other examples. That's an example that Imam Abu Hanifa gave, but Other examples that Imam Malik gives are from the Amal of Ahl al-Madinah, the practice of the people of Medina, the living tradition of Islam. So, yeah. And that's a good way to understand that topic, that it's not about saying we reject. It's not that we reject. We don't reject hadith. We treat hadith with relativism, as Imam Malik does in the Muwatta. So Imam Malik's book is the most authentic book of hadith on earth, according to at least several dons of hadith. Let's especially the Malikiya, Qadi Iyad, you will see Abu Bakr ibn Arabi, Ibn Abdul Bar, all the Malikiya hold this, that Imam Malik's book is the number one book of hadith. Okay. Imam Shafi'i's testimony that there is not a book on earth after the Quran that is like the Muwatta. Now, some people say that's because Bukhari hadn't authored his book yet. Sure, this is not a diss to Bukhari, but it's just to state that even Imam Bukhari said that the most authentic chain on earth is Imam Malik's golden chain. So Imam Malik brings several hadith from his golden chain, and then on certain occasions, not always, but on some occasions, he will say, here is this hadith, لَيْسَ عَلَيْهِ الْعَمَلِ بِبَلَدِنَا. In Medina, بِبَلَدِنَا. Whose balad? The city of the Prophet. He says, in Medina, we don't act according to this hadith. Kya baat. Allah. Style. Only Imam Malik could have done that. See, anybody else tried to do it, they would have called him a deviant. They would have called him. But Imam Malik, that's ultimate boss level. See, nobody could touch him in hadith. You know, there's Imam Bukhari has a discussion on what was his name, Dawood ibn Hussein, a rawi, a narrator, and Imam Bukhari is not happy with him. He says that and he wants to criticize him, and then he says, Lola Haybatul Imam Malik. He says, if it wasn't for, he says, the fact that Imam Malik transmitted from this person, I bow my head in awe and am unable to criticize this narrator despite wanting to. But the fact that Imam Malik accepted him. Legends, yeah. Legends in Islam. True leadership. See, those are the, you see, leadership, we must admire leadership. And everybody follows someone. If you are to choose an imam, these are my thoughts, okay? You don't need to accept this. But if you are to choose an imam who will guide you in a broad methodology, don't look to people like Ibn Taymiyyah or people like Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah. They're scholars of Islam, came about 700 years ago. But you will find yourself at times in great peril. And we'll see, because of this discussion of Satanic Verses, you're going to see these names come up again in a very problematic way. Look to legends like Imam Malik. They were in the time of the Salaf. The prophecy of the Prophet that they will be the alim of Medina, alim of Ahl al-Madina. And Imam Malik teaches you hadith relativism. You see, when he's when he's bringing the hadith, he's not disrespecting. See, there's a big difference. We don't disrespect anything. We don't disrespect elements of this tradition, of this legacy. They carry an honor, a sanctity. Imam Malik is bringing what is called a sahih, the most sahih hadith that exists, the most sahih chain that exists.
Because what makes a hadith sahih? The 5 conditions that يرويه عدل ضابط عن مثله معتمد في ضبطه ونقله. That's the poem, yeah. So that you see these 5 conditions that, and it's all to do with the chain. So okay, and there is as well عدم الشذوذ والعلة, and this is something which anyway it's for another discussion, because people then vary how they, what is it, is that talking about the chain or the mutton? Really it should be the mutton as well, which many do accept in principle. But so here Imam Malik's bringing this, he's respecting it, he's putting it in his book, he's not disrespecting the tradition, he's bringing it, he's putting it in his own book. And with that he's explaining his methodology, he's giving you an example, but he's explaining indicatively. He's bringing this hadith and saying, ليس عليه العمل ببلدنا, in our city, in the city, المدينة المنورة, we don't act according to this hadith. By that he's teaching you that there will be several ahadith that come outside of this book as well. His book is the most authentic book by testimony of, especially these chains, by testimony of Imam Bukhari, Silsilatul Dhahabiyah, saying his book has other chains as well, by the way. It doesn't mean that but he brings from this chain as well. It says, in this city, we don't act according to this hadith. Do we disrespect it? No need for disrespect. Just understand that whatever's gone wrong, maybe somebody, Imam Malik was with Abu Yusuf, and Abu Yusuf tried to question the adhan of the people of Medina, because the adhan of the people of Medina just had Allahu Akbar twice, not 4 times. That's the adhan of Ahlul Iraq, which is common today. So the adhan of Ahlul Medina and the Malikiyah, so in Morocco and these places, they only do Allahu Akbar twice. So Abu Yusuf did have a lot of tongue-in-cheek humor and sarcasm, and so he says, Hajib, Ahlul Madinati la ya'rifun al-adhan. He says, Ajib, that the people of Medina don't know the adhan. Imam Malik's response to him is epic. He says, Amma adhanu yawmin wa layla fala adri. He says, maybe there is an adhan somewhere. Maybe the Prophet went on a journey. One day he did something and somebody picked it up and taught it. Maybe we weren't there. Adhanu yawmin wa layla. Maybe for one day, one night, something happened. Ho bhi sakta hai. He says, but as to that which was announced in the streets of Medina, which the children learnt from their fathers, who taught their children, which we hear today, announced 5 times a day in an unbroken succession, then that is this adhan that you are hearing now. And with that, Amalu Ahl al-Madina rests its case. This is the practice of the people of Medina. It's a gold mine that Imam Malik taught us. So this is a methodology. Okay, they say, Isharon mein samjha diya, hum dil ka ye haal karte. In the poem, it says, Uthakar phool ki patti, nazakat se masal dali. That she plucked a rose petal and with such elegance crushed it in front of us. Nazakat se masal dali. Isharon mein samjha diya, hum dil ka ye haal karte. Symbolically, she explained to us that this is what we do to the hearts. That's what's going to happen. So that danger, enter at your own risk. Huh? It's one of those. So right now, So that's the methodology. So it's not about disdain, or it's about understanding that the practice of Medina, the methodology, that there will be hadith, there will be sunnah. There may be an overlap, but not every hadith not every sunnah was documented, and not everything that was documented was a sunnah. And people made mistakes as well along the way. You accept that as well. And I tell you, Imam Malik taught you that as well. See, now you're going to say, look at this. There is a Rawi that Imam Malik transmitted from, Abdul Karim ibn Abil Makharid. Later on, he came to realize that this person used to make mistakes. And Imam Malik says, غرتنا كثرة سجوده بالمسجد. He's teaching you, see, this is the incident, قضية عين, but the methodology. See, this is the actual thing, but the indication. He says, I was misled by his excessive sujood and prayer in the masjid. Imam Malik is telling you, I made a mistake. No, I made a mistake. I was misled. I documented something from him thinking it was a hadith, but it wasn't. I was misled by the fact that he was a good man. See, what is that teaching you? Don't think it's always out of malice. Sometimes it may be. Sometimes it's just people making mistakes. He said he used to pray so much in the masjid. When he said the Prophet of Allah said this, I took note of it. He was wrong. The Prophet did not say that. I was misled to document. There's so much, volumes can be written on how. This is why I so favor the method of the School of Medina. Let's move on, people. What's this? Somebody, Medina is, okay, right. I don't know what that's talking about. Give us a Maliki, what's that? Give us a Maliki study guide. Which book is best to understand the usul of the Maliki? I have some talks on YouTube. Imam Malik or I think is it School of Medina in the 21st century. It's an old talk. I'll redo some of these. I did a talk on Imam Malik recently. I have some old talks. I have some fiqh. They're old now, probably about almost a decade old. The Ashmawiya, the audio courses. I have the Foundations of Islam in 20 lectures on YouTube. But there's other people. I'm sure Hamza Yusuf had a Murshid al-Ma'in, the guy, what was it? What did he call it? The helpful guider, al-Murshid al-Ma'in. He had a translation of that Maliki text, and he had a commentary on it as well. I actually heard it when I first became Maliki. I don't know if I'm sure it must be around somewhere. But we'll do more, inshallah. The reason... All right, what's this? Mufti. Bidayat al-Mujtahid. Bidayat al-Mujtahid is awesome. It's by Ibn Rushd, the great Maliki legend of Muslim Spain, who lived about approximately 900 years ago. Okay, hi from Australia, Sydney. Attila. Is that Attila as in an Arabic name, or Attila from Attila the Hun? Allah. Somebody said I missed super chats. Let me check. My apologies. Yeah, I have to. Super chats are your love to me, so I have to see that. Azarati, much love for the super sticker. Ibn Tashfin, must we create our own purpose in life, or is our purpose already predetermined? It's an amazing question. Mhm. You see, when you say, um, when you say that must we create our purpose in life, I think we as human beings, we intrinsically see purpose in things. We find meanings, we ascribe values. We have a very teleological ontology, an essence that sees a purpose in things. And purpose doesn't have to be a grandiose, it can be, but it doesn't. So, for example, I'm going to help humanity is a huge, but it doesn't have to be that. And I feel one of the problems, challenges, let me say, of this age is this uh, this bedazzlement, this confusion of purpose in life. Because I was having this conversation with a client on or a session on Patreon, actually, that and I've spoken of it as well on other occasions, and it's that, look, purpose in life doesn't have to, it can be something amazing, but it could be just understanding a role in life. So in certain studies done in happiness, researchers, they study different parts of the world, and they actually found that poor countries, people were actually in devastating circumstances, not absolutely on the verge of death, not those, sure, though, but very impoverished societies, people living just about struggling with daily poverty, but they had something to eat, they had something, so they weren't starving, not that society, but where there was a lack of opportunity and absolutely what we would consider abysmal circumstances, and we would assume people there are very depressed, but it turns out they weren't. And so a lot of these studies that are cross-cultural, they found that one of the fundamental thing was meaning in life, and this comes back to purpose. So they found in some of the studies, they looked at Bangladesh actually, and they looked at Bangladesh, Peru, Thailand, and countries like this, which they, at the time there was certain flooding and things like this in Bangladesh, and but they found that so that people, so in this certain case, this case study, this lady, her meaning in life was that she was a mother and raising her children. This gave her a sense, this was a, a goal. This was, it wasn't just a goal, it was a meaning to life. That she took care of her husband, that her husband went out and he did farming or whatever he did, but she did this. She made sure she took care of the home. She had that she saw her children, took care of them, nourished them. This was her purpose in life. She was a mother. She was a wife. She was a like, these things were the goal. They were the destination. They were the journey. That, I think, we have become confused about. And it's an interesting discussion, actually, this thing on wife, for example, because there was a clip. saw recently. This was I saw recently. I think it was an Australian clip, some kind of breakfast show, and some woman on there. She is saying that she's describing her life, and she says, "Well, I wake up in the morning." So she's a housewife, and she has some kids. I can't remember, maybe two or. And she says, "Well, look, I wake up in the morning. I make breakfast for my husband. He wakes up. I make a packed lunch for him. I get the kids ready. I send him off. He comes back. I'm at home. I do this. I get dinner ready for. I wait for my husband when he comes home." And she was white Australian. So and she wasn't like some kind of cult or anything. She seemed just as very normal as any normal person. Her kind of counterpart. The host are mocking her, and they're saying, "Well," and there's a man and a woman, so it's some kind of like a breakfast show, and they're saying, "Well, she makes food for him. What is he, disabled? Why can't he cook his own food? Why can't he? Oh, she wakes up and is oh my God! Talk about going back 50 years. Talk about doing this." And it's actually very disparaging. Like, and you think, well, you see, why are they knocking these values? Like, if a person finds meaning, why are they trying to demonize a person's meaning? And they say, well, oh, she must be oppressed. She clearly wasn't oppressed. I mean, she was as modern could be. She wasn't like, just to be clear, that's why I said she was white Australian. It wasn't a religious thing. She was very modern. But she was just taking pride in this. But we are in an age where people would say, "Oh my God, you do this for your husband." Like that's oppressive. And many women shame women on this. And that's a different thing to discuss on another day, but it leads to a huge crisis, because you think, well, why does it? Because it makes people very now a person doing that becomes very self-conscious not to do it, or they feel awkward now doing it. And this comes back to it comes back to goals in life, or purposes, or your life. Now, people are being told that these things are not enough meaning for you. You can't have a meaning like this. This is, in fact, an oppression. This is mundane. You need to find meaning in grandiose things. And that's great. That's great. Sure. If you can become a great artist, if you can become somebody who conquers uh, great obstacles, if you can become somebody that sets up huge entrepreneurial companies and corporations, more power to you. But let's face it, that's if not even going to be 1% of humanity, or 1% at most, that will be these massively successful, overcome these great things. Most people are not going to have that kind of talent. They're not going to just one day become a singer, or one day become an artist, or one day become a writer, or just set up a company and it becomes a success. Most people are not going to. And what society has done, it's shifted. It's removed what people found meaning in everyday life, which everybody had. It's removed those brackets and almost demonized that, oh, you're a loser. What you find meaning in just being a mother, or you find meaning in just doing that's yeah, sure, but you need meaning in something else. And the problem is, many people will not be able to reach that elitist bracket of life. There's nothing wrong. I think that elitist, if you can exceptional bracket, that's awesome if you can do things like that. But let's face it, your common person is not going to be able to pull off ventures like that in life, not with a huge success anyway. Maybe they will and it'll be okay, but it won't be exceptionally extravagant. So thereby they feel a sense of failure in life. And this is all, it ties in with today's theme of what if. Oh, if only I'd done this, if only. But it's about no. And sure, empowering for the future, but also finding meaning in your everyday thing. Somebody could find meaning in just reading poetry. It's a great meaning in just observing the natural landscape. You see, so but when we say, is there a purpose, a goal in life, the goal's purpose is a spectrum. It's all a purpose. Somebody could find a purpose in being a father, in being a husband, in being a wife, in being a mother, in being a friend, in being a human for humanity, in being an observer. True. وَشَاهِدٍ وَمَشْهُودٍ. Allah says in the Quran, swears by the one just observing. So these are important points. I think they can't really be overstated. Cool, let's move on. Mufti, if we're going to IC Saracen, shukran, much love for the super chat. Salman Rushdie, should we not criticize some of the hadith and insult the Prophet? And insult the Prophet? You mean that insult the Prophet? Sure, we will take a look at that. I don't miss any of the super chats. No. Angels don't have free will. I don't know what that's talking about. We live on a stationary plane. Sure we do. Usually agree with it. Ibn Taymiyyah says that we also give the alternate explanation if it were to be authentic. Sure. We'll come to this. We'll come to this. Ibn Taymiyyah, did he accept? He did accept the Satanic Verses, and so did Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. They accept them, but they give a ta'wil, and we'll come to that in just a moment. And this is why we have to be wary of idol worship. And by idol here, I don't mean statues. I mean idol as in people. And this is why you have as well, what's his name yet? Hassan Mashhur, the great, the very popular Salafi, who says about, I don't know if I have that. I have it, but I don't think I've put it on these slides. But you can just Google where he says that he says that these two made this mistake. We accept this. It was a mistake. But he says, look, just put this mistake. He says it's not fair that you eclipse all the good they did by this mistake that these two, he says, great men made. And the two men he's speaking about in the whole thing is Ibn Taymiyyah and Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. And the mistake he's speaking about is the ayat shaytaniyah, the satanic verses, because they do accept them. They accept the satanic verses. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll come to that. Shallow waters. I daydreamed my time through school. I now find interest in areas like psychology, physics, and other sciences. Can I still educate myself in these areas? Of course you can. First of all, shukran and much love for the super chat. May Allah bless you. But absolutely yes, you can. These things, seriously, today the best way to learn is by asking questions. Just YouTube and Google are enough to learn through active curiosity. So you ask a question that you're thinking, you read, you watch something, you formulate more questions, you ask, you keep pursuing this, what is active learning. Through curiosity, you learn so much. That's how I do a lot of my research. Most of my research, in fact, almost all of it is like that. I seldom learn by buying a book and reading the book from A to Z like that. I have done that in some occasions, but most of my learning has been through when it's this kind of real learning. So when it's academic, it's different because you've got to read course material and you've got to be tested on it. And so let's say when I was doing a psychology degree, but I would actually say maybe, I don't know, I can't put a percentage on it, but a huge amount of what I learned in psychology was not just from the degree. It was through my active curiosity of me reading up journals, reading up things, typing in questions, reading the latest research, reading, following certain things that always provide me, the most latest research, reading them, chasing, just pursuing them. That's how I learn these things. Yeah, obviously you do learn it as well if you do a degree on it, but yeah, don't feel restricted to that. Andra Taylor, shukran, Allah bless you. Amin, should we by default reject any hadith that portrays the Prophet in a bad light? Jews and Christians accept that prophets are capable of immoral things. There are many examples in the Bible. Amin, the way of the school of Medina, um, and people may have their views, and that's them, but my explanation to you is that anything that the criteria to accept a hadith is the three, which is in the books of like Ibn al-Jawzi. It's not Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawzi, Ibn al-Jawzi. It's in Nawawi's book. You'll find it in Suyuti's book. You'll find Ibn Hazm. You'll find many people speaking of the golden kind of criteria that mal lam yubayin al-ma'qul wa lam yukhalif al-manqul wa lam yunaqid al-usul. That it does not go against reason, that it does not clash with the Quran, and it does not uproot. And sorry, it doesn't say the manqul is the Quran and the living tradition, and it does not uproot an Islamic principle. So yes, if you see, and to answer that in briefly, and this won't be doing justice to the question, but if you find a narration that puts the prophets in bad light, then that narration, either it could be that, for example, what does bad light here mean? Because that's a question. So somebody could say, well, there's a hadith, let's say, I don't know, like let's say it says something, and you may think somebody may think it's just like some cultural thing in saying, oh well, the prophet ate this thing and we don't eat it, or something like that. No, these kind of things you can seek guidance on. If it's a certain thing that you think, well, is this about, but there's certain things which are clearly will just put prophets in bad light, like the prophet was some bad person, or it's showing you something. This example that the prophet became weak because people did magic on him. The prophet married a child. The prophet invented verses of the Quran. The prophet was misled by Satan to do certain things, like to succumb to his desires and do certain. These things are all nonsense. Okay, the prophet forgot the Quran. The prophet, these things, these are made up by people. Now, some people that's a whole discussion. I've covered it in the past. Why do false narrations appear? Sometimes they are narrations by people that have come from Israeliyat and then been passed off as hadith. So they come by people from the greater Jewish community. Now that's interesting. So some people have argued that, for example, magic was done onto the prophet. They said, well, and Ghamdi Saab raises this point as well, that and in fact, I tell you who raises this point. Maulana Saeed Asad, very popular Brailwi scholar from Pakistan, and I absolutely salute Maulana Saeed Asad Saab. May Allah bless him. He is a incredibly popular Brailwi scholar from Pakistan. He had a huge following It is not easy to come forward with such a following and take such a stance. He came forward on the age of Aisha. You can find his videos on YouTube. Reject. Now, this shows now we see the love for the Prophet. See, a lot of people say we love the Prophet, Ashiqur Rasul, Ashiq Rasul, Ashiq Rasul. You don't find this insulting that somebody said that the Prophet married a child? Where's your love for the Prophet? Say, but this person said it. This person is not above the Prophet of Allah. Insan. He made, I'm sure, whichever insan you're choosing has made many mistakes in life. I'm sure the people he's heard it from have made many mistakes in life. You're telling me they've never forgotten anything in life? They never misstated something in life? You're prepared to take one man's word and throw the Prophet under the bus, his honor? Our love for the Prophet ﷺ comes first. Jo bhi ho, whoever, ayyamma kan. If there's not even a split second to waver on that, they can be thrown under the bus. The Prophet ﷺ, no. Doesn't matter if they tell me they memorized 100,000 hadith. If they say something insulting about the Prophet, they are mistaken. And if they doubt their mistake, then that is their stubbornness. That is the obstinate. It is immaturity that they don't doubt themselves and they cast doubt on the Prophet. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. So our love for the Prophet should be unwavering. And it doesn't matter when these people, whoever they are, كَائِنًا مَنْ كَانَ, we respect them, we honor them. If they say something that they say with sincerity, but it's disrespectful, they are mistaken. We don't need to prove it to them. We don't need to explain it to them if they're not going to listen. Khair, but they are wrong. Never the Prophet. That's an unwavering. And this has been often, and I'll say this, that look, and I include myself, that look, this has been something that I've been trying to say for so long. And I accept that my delivery of it before, I think I've been mistaken. I've been wrong in the way I've delivered messages. I think, I accept, maybe my delivery hindered the actual message from being accepted that I was trying to say. And in that sense, that's a double wrong on me, because maybe my delivery of saying things and people hearing them made them double down. And as a consequence, the honor of the Prophet ﷺ is being questioned. So I accept, but that I've been wrong in the way I've maybe tried to get a message across to people. Maybe at times I've been it's the tone has been wrong, the delivery has been wrong. Maybe, I don't know, but the point is the message is this. And it's wonderful. Honestly, it's so heartwarming to see people now like Maulana Saeed Asad, great, immensely popular Barelvi scholar in Pakistan, come forward and say that. Now you're having some Deobandis come forward and say that. You got debates on YouTube. Deobandi ulama are coming forward saying this. There was somebody was telling a friend of mine that here in Birmingham that he was at a masjid recently, just a month ago, a month or two ago, with a very senior Deobandi imam here, like senior, first generation, who said in his talk, he said that just for the sake of, about the age of Aisha, he said, just for the sake of Imam Bukhari and this, we have thrown the reputation of the Prophet under the bus. He said that we compromise the Prophet's honor. And he said that, we need to think about what we're doing. And I was so so glad to hear this. And may Allah warm the hearts of more and more people to this awakening, to this kind of renaissance. But it's big to see this. Now you have Maulana Saeed Asad was saying as well. He said, look, that it's interesting that you have you had certain, we know that there was certain, not always, but there was some elements around Medina, some of the Jewish settlements, some of the people, they never got on. We know this. And that's factual in the sense it's documented. Not all, but some people. He said it's interesting that you have this narration, which is in Sahih Muslim, that the Prophet was bewitched, had magic done onto him by a Jewish man, Labid ibn al-Asam. And nobody knows who this Labid ibn al-Asam is, by the way, and we'll discuss that another day in detail. A Jewish man could do magic on the Prophet, and the Prophet becomes so forgetful, and he becomes clumsy, and he becomes, for 6 months, some say 3 months, some say 6 months, some say 6 weeks, but for days on end. He can't remember things. He has false memories. This is the Prophet by the magic of an ordinary Jewish person. And this is not anti-Semitism. This is in the narration. An ordinary Jewish person could do this to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay. What about Moses? Maulana Saeed Asad is raising this point. He says, what about Moses? The greatest of magicians in his time crumbled to their knees before him. He says, isn't this a coincidence? I mean, isn't it rather convenient that now you continue to say that, and that's on you, that this happened to the Prophet? It's so silly. I mean, it's like, wow, okay. Just, I mean, let alone that's we'll discuss the whole magic thing another day. But it's interesting. Maulana Saeed Asad has this point where he's raising it. I think Ghamdi Saab raised a similar point as well, saying that, look, isn't this, a Jewish person does this to the Prophet always? Isn't this rather like a convenient thing? But yeah, let's move on. Right. Now, this is not to say, please watch those people who want to watch Bukhari Gate, it's old, maybe in time to come I'll renew something. This is not an attack on Imam Bukhari. Okay. And a person should not mistake that. That is either, whoever's made that comment, either this is just your inability to comprehend a discourse, or it's just you're just being a troll, in which case you'll be blocked. So a person can put something in their book because it's passed to them. It could also be that the person never even put it in their book. Somebody afterwards put it in the book. How do you know? Watch my Bukhari Gate. I mean, it's not impossible. For example, there's several narrations of Sahih al-Bukhari. Each differ with at least a few hundred narrations missing between them. So at least, let's say, even if you say 100 narrations missing between them. So how does that? So what's to say that a person didn't accident, and it doesn't even mean it's malicious. It could be malicious. It could be that these things did reach Imam Bukhari and he put them in there, but they were fabricated before. And when it reached them, Imam Bukhari never told you that make your religion based on his book. He just said, look, whatever meets this criteria, I'll put it in this book. This book was not for the common person. This book was not fiqh. It was not the living tradition of Islam. It was simply a database for hadith. That's what a hadith book is. It's a database. It's a data storage. It's like archives. Did you ever learn physics by going to an archive? Did you ever learn science or history by just reading archive records. No, you learned history, then studied archives. So picking up an archive collection and saying, Imam Bukhari put this in there, therefore this archive must mean this was Islam, just shows that, it just shows nothing but an absolute inability to comprehend matters. Right, who is, let's see. Right, okay, this person has been blocked. That's fine. Any person that's trolling will be blocked. Right, let's move on with today's. I want to discuss the Satanic Verses. Reason being is that there was an attack on Salman Rushdie several days ago, and in New York during a conference that he was speaking at. I want to first of all very clearly, in categorical terms, condemn this attack for the cowardice and the abomination that it is. Okay, Islam does not teach anybody to do things like this. Let's just be very clear. This brings nothing, but it just brings absolute negativity to Islam. Nobody is doing Islam any favors by harming Salman Rushdie or harming someone that speaks against Islam. Okay, you have to tackle ideas and you have to speak. And sure, you can condemn, you can speak all you want to about him. And let's be real. Salman Rushdie was out of flavor. He was long forgotten. His book is incredibly old. It was published in the late 80s. I was in primary school when the Satanic Verses was published, 1988, I believe. And it's so out of flavor. It's so irrelevant now. Not that the topic can be still discussed, but him, Salman Rushdie, I would have doubted that most younger people have even heard of him. So that it's from the Muslim perspective or the Islamosphere. The older people, sure, they remember, they recall the book, but most younger people, I doubt they would have known his name even, or let alone who he was, or what the Satanic Verses were, or stuff like this. So just, and he's now, I believe, 75 years old. At this age, bringing this kind of, trying to attack him decades and decades after he's just fallen into oblivion, in such a way that does nothing but demonizes Islam now, and gives him the limelight once again, that he's now being nominated for global awards once again, and his name is being put forward for unprecedented awards that he never achieved during his lifespan. I don't see what this person, what was his name? Matar, something, Hadi Matar, did. And it's very clear to me, this is very clear to me, that this person, Hadi Matar, must be suffering from mental illness. It's clearly mental health. And I hope that that is recognized for the mental health it is. Just as when these other crazy people in the United States go and shoot up cinema halls, and they go and shoot secondary schools and kill all these people, and racist bigots that do this, and they make videos saying we're doing this for the cause, for the white cause, and all of this are clearly deemed, oh, they're just mental health. Because let's face it, most of these people are mental health cases. But and I accept that they are, most of these people are always, most of these people are mental health cases, including the Muslim ones. It doesn't just change when they're Muslim that, oh, the Muslims are not mental health. Those people are nut cases too. They need to be sectioned. So it's not, oh, when they're Muslim, oh no, now it's legitimate. It's the guy knew what he's doing and no, these people are equally nutcases. They're clearly mentally, they have mental instability. They have some severe mental health problems. So I just want to make that clear in condemning that attack. Okay. Right. So, right now, that said, moving forward, following this attack, the Satanic Verses and Salman Rushdie, its author, have been now brought back into the limelight. Many people are discussing him. People have been Googling. He's become one of the most Googled in the last 2 weeks. He has become one of the most Googled entities. People are trying to find out what was he all about, what are all these things. So let's discuss him, let's assess, let's evaluate the book, the context, the history. Let's psychoanalyze as well. What is this person's story? So I did a bit of research, and I have to say, Salman Rushdie, right, I find this person's character and personality so abhorrent and just so full of a kind of like a negative, he gives off such a negative vibe and aura. Wallahi, like this is my, I don't know if there's people who just, if you see them, you find this like just negative energy about them. And I really feel that with him, just looking at him. I sense this unease just looking at him, honestly. And that seldom happens to me. Not so it's not a common thing to see, just to find some such strong negativity, sense it from certain people, and I sense that from Salman Rushdie. This I don't know. It's one of those things that's inexplicable, I guess. Now, some people say, is it about carrying trauma? No, not that negativity. I almost sense a malice. Like I look at that face and I don't sense khair, like goodness. Imagine I never knew who he was and you showed me his picture. And there's something, in the hadith, the Prophet ﷺ, there's a hadith where he said that you find a khair in certain faces. And I guess it's kind of adverse thing is true as well, that I sense just something very unsettling about him. So me researching him this last week or so was was with a heavy heart, shall I say, because there's very few people I find as unsettling as him. But I've been researching him because I thought, well, since I was going to speak on him, that let's make it as fair as possible. I'm serious, wallahi. I don't know what the devil would look like, but I wouldn't. There's just something so devilish, satanic about his face. God, honestly. But let's speak a bit about him. So he was born, as you could see, in June 1947 in Bombay under the British Raj. So where he was born, it was still under British rule. And it was in the following months, in August that year, that India and Pakistan were subsequently to receive independence. But when he was born, it was still under the British Raj. And there's something important to learn about Salman Rushdie is he was born into privilege. His family were quite privileged. His father was not your common kind of person. His father, his name was Anis Ahmed Rushdie, was very privileged and they came from money and status. His father Anis traveled to the UK. He studied law at Cambridge. He was a lawyer in that time of the British Raj for the British Empire. Later, his dad fell into some issues with his dad fell into some issues with the authorities over fraud, and they prosecuted him, and he was kind of shamed, and he left uh, England and went back to India, and from lawyer turned into a very successful businessman. And they were already very connected. I mean, you're talking in the British Raj time where people were highly impoverished. He came from a family of wealth, and he was a Muslim, and he was Kashmiri ethnically, but living in Bombay, now known as Mumbai. And Salman, his son, his dad adopted the name. This is interesting. His dad adopted the name Rushdie. That wasn't his name. Rushdie was in light of his admiration for Ibn Rushd. He was a fan of Averroes, of the great Maliki legend from Muslim Spain. This was his father. So he adopts the name Rushdie. His actual name was Anis Ahmed. And so he adopts the name Anis Ahmed Rushdie after Ibn Rushd, with the ya being for Nisba. And this is where Salman Rushdie is given the name. Now, Salman grows up very privileged. He he studies in a private school, English school in Bombay. He then travels as a young boy to England. He comes to Rugby, Warwickshire, and he studies at a boys' boarding school. He lives there. He always had this thing. You see, now the whole family had this and many people had it, this inferiority complex to the Ingres, the ruling white class. And they were very much a part of those upper class elite circles. So Salman Rushdie always looked up to the kind of the Gora class and always wanted to be like them. And he actually writes how he was it was to his stubborn dismay that he found some things to be true about the Gore that he never wanted to believe. So he mentions that he was told, and even his mother, who was a teacher and obviously had married into that class as well, but she wasn't as convinced of the Gora elite kind of British Raj thing as many of this society, that upper society was. So she had told him that these Gore, they're not actually so clean, and she had told him that they don't even wash their behinds when they go to the toilet. And he mentions this himself, by the way, at a later stage in life. She mentioned to him, and they're so dirty. This is what she had said, kind of trying to put him off because he was so obsessed with the Gore that she said, they use each other's bathwater. And he mentions this in an interview much later in life. And he says that these people are just envious of the Gore. Get out of here. That's not true. And he mentions that when he came to the UK as a young boy and boarding school, he came to learn that they only used tissue paper. See, because in India, it's common, this lota, to have a lota and wash your behind. And it's not just Muslims, like people in India do it. Muslims do it because the faith teaches us that we must wash after going to the toilet. But in India, even Hindus will wash. They take the lota and they go out to the fields. Even Sikh, everybody in India, it's common. So in India, he didn't believe it because it was the common thing there for Indians that everybody just used that. It was in all toilets. A lota was always there. When he came to England and in Rugby, he was in a boarding school, he realized that they only used toilet paper. And then he realized that because in the boarding school they had to bathe, that they bathed in each other's, they shared the bath water. So he, in later years, admits to this being quite a shock for him, an unpleasant shock because of how he really holds, even though he still doesn't, he's kind of um, half-heartedly admitting because of how much he held them in high esteem. So, so they feel that these people, they are the ultimate standard, Gore, especially the British Raj and the British, rather. So he comes here, he studies, he goes to college here, he then goes to Cambridge and does his degree in history. See, what's interesting is Salman Rushdie, kaha Salman Khan, kaha ye sala takla. This, right? This, where is Salman Khan and this fool, right? So Salman Rushdie, he has a very difficult relationship with his father. He never got on with his dad. And this is important because I feel it shaped the dynamic for his life. You see, and part of the reason is that later, while Salman Rushdie is here in the UK in boarding school, when he reaches college in the 60s now, his father, who is very successful, see, his father was not, I'm not aware that his father was an atheist. As far as whatever I researched, his father may have been critical of the mullah class and things and not liked the Mulvis, but he embraced his Muslimness. Maybe he wasn't religious as in praying and stuff, but he embraced that. He took pride in his own kind of rational Islam. This is why he loved Ibn Rushd. He named himself after Ibn Rushd. His father started to become more conscious of his Muslim identity later in life. Because in the 60s, whilst Salman Rushdie is in the UK studying, his father moves from Bombay to Karachi in Pakistan. So he abandons India and moves to Pakistan. This always puzzled Salman Rushdie. He writes later in life that I never, like, this was something he could never understand, why his dad moved to Pakistan. Like, why now? Because partition was in 1947. Why move in the 60s? And it was because his father was becoming more conscious of a kind of, and by Muslim, not to be confused with like a practicing Islamic. So it doesn't mean he became like a Maulana, but he started to realize that, yeah, what is the status of a Muslim in India now, surrounded by a majority Hindu populace. So he moves. This unsettled Salman Rushdie quite a lot, and he never got on with his dad. And he had this bitter. Now, it's interesting that you will see, as Freud explains, that the authority of the father comes second to what? The authority of God. Because God often, in many of these faiths, is almost portrayed as an authoritarian father figure. Very clearly in Christianity. And although in Islam we don't call Allah the Father, but some people, they present this not as a they don't say Father, but this understanding of God that he is like a strict father almost, as a kind of analogy, that he loves his child, but he will beat the child. And it's interesting that in Freud's Illusion of a Future, he explains that he tries to explain it backwards in saying God is actually just the projection of the father figure onto the sky. So that's how Freud explains why people believe, this whole understanding of God is people just having the image of a father and then projecting it onto the heavens, and that is then God. So you see this kind of strife, this gulf, this gap, unsettling gap, and very problematic gulf between Salman Rushdie and his dad, Anis Rushdie, and Muslimness being an issue, and his father moving to Pakistan, which was never, Salman Rushdie never was happy with that. When he goes back to India later in life, he goes back to India. He doesn't want to go back to Pakistan. He doesn't really want that. And he never felt that this, and he feels that this Muslimy thing is just backwards, and he hates his dad for it, and by extension hates the faith. Now, this is an important point in understanding his mentality and why he always, till today, has this very strong bee in his bonnet, so to speak, and is very constantly like has to make a point in hating on Islam, because it's like a anchored in his childhood, and it was something that he never truly resolved. Because you'll have atheists who, fine, they don't believe in religion. They may believe religion is a farce. They may believe it's all stupid. They may believe all these things about religion, but they're very secure in themselves. They don't need to be making a song and dance, don't need to on every event it's sure to them, people believe in religion. Maybe they think religion is dumb and stupid and nonsensical. Take it. But they're very calm about it. They have a serenity to them, a calmness. You'll find some atheists like that. Salman Rushdie now. You can check almost, I must have watched several of his interviews. At my own, with a heavy heart, I must say, always disturbed. He's very like, he has this spitefulness towards Islam, as in all of his lectures, in all of his interviews, and he has that, and you can see it in child. In one of his interviews, he claims that he resolved his issue with his dad in later life. I think he may not have resolved it to the extent he liked to have resolved it, if he resolved it at all. I think this may just also be a kind of wishful back projection that he kind of feels, as in to bring some peace to himself, claims he resolved it. I think the truth, Allahu Alam, speculation may be that he never actually resolved anything. And he then plays this back into his mind, because you see the characters in his books with this issue, even in the Satanic Verses, the character Saladin, and we'll come to that, and his issue with his father. And although in the end he tries to find some reconciliation where his father is, and I'll come to that, where he's kind of shaving his father for once, and he's never had this comfort of even being able to touch his father's face, and he's touching it time and time again, as the character Saladin Chamcha shaves his father and finds some kind of conciliatory peace in that, and a truce. But the truth is that, are they, or is it just what he's feeling? And I think this is what's happened with Salman Rushdie. He was the only boy in his family, so he has 3 sisters. So you can imagine from that age, the especially back then, the image and men, and what they expect from their sons. And he's only got one son. And let's face it, from his father being a bright intellectual who understood philosophy and inspired by these great philosophers and Ibn Rushd, and a talented lawyer from Cambridge who turns into a thriving businessman coming from this elite thing, who has a son who's just doing history at Cambridge. What a disappointment. Absolutely disappointing. So you can see this dynamic between the father and son appears to have characterized Salman Rushdie's entire life. So it's fascinating to see that from a psychoanalysis perspective. And I thought I'd mention that. The rest is, I mean, we know a lot about him. Look, he has written several books, Salman Rushdie has, and he had a prize for his Midnight's Children, which is, most of his books speak about things like partition between Pakistan, India, the struggle, because one of the things that you find in Salman Rushdie's life is, look, as a child, he always wanted to be this, he had this inferiority complex for the Gore, the British Raj, the British, the Ingres. He comes here and he's not truly one of them. The brown kid, you know, he's from India, and he speaks well. He's very, very eloquent. He's very articulate. He tries to copy them. He tries to do everything, tries to shed his Indianness almost. But whilst he's shedding his Indianness, his dad leaves India to become a Pakistani. Abhi ye kya ho raha hai? This child, who then resents his father, has no anchorage of secure identity. Is he an Indian? Is he a Pakistani? Is he a Muslim? Is he British? Abhi ye hai kya? This deeply troubles him right throughout his life. So most of his books are him putting this into characters having identity issues and struggling, which is also one of the themes of his book, The Satanic Verses. So he does get his book Midnight's Children has been praised by many people, and it received that was before Satanic Verses, and he had an award for it. He did go into, once he published the Satanic Verses, went into hiding for 10 years and lived by the alias Joseph Anton, and we know the fatwa of Ayatollah Khomeini against him for his death, and there had been several attacks, or there had been a failed assassination attempt on his life. But his book Satanic Verses, which is the center of our attention right now, very briefly, I won't take too much time, the book, what is it about? Okay, so the book, which has 546 pages, and it has these key characters: Jibril Farishta, Saladin Chamcha, Pamela Lovelace, Rekha, Alilia, you got Mohound, Aisha. The last two are the point of concern. Okay, but the story, to just to bring you guys up to speed rapidly, it's a novel. Okay, and the story is about these two key characters. One is called Jibril Farishta, and the other is Saladin Chamcha. Now, Salman Rushdie, sometimes he tried to play off that, oh, I wasn't even speaking about Islam, and I don't know why these people. He clearly knew what he's doing. In other, more especially later interviews, he acknowledges, of course, it's about Islam. I have the right to insult Islam. I have the right to, he feels, do these things. So in fact, there's several interviews of his on YouTube where he's asked by non-Muslims, by Indians, that look, but sure, criticize. And this is an important point here, I want to say. Every person, I firmly believe they have the right to criticize. If they don't believe in something, they have the right to criticize it, even if it offends. But there is a difference between just criticizing and insulting. Now, sometimes, like a Venn diagram, sometimes there may be an overlap, but not always. Like if I just say to you, if I say to someone, oh, your mums are this and this, that's just insulting them. I say, oh, I'm criticizing him. No, that's insulting. So you see, people conflate freedom of speech. So in one of his things, he's asked that, look, but you're insulting. Isn't there a point about showing some respect? And he says, why should I show respect? Why? He says, you're trying to border freedom. So the person says, but in India, there's a law, the blasphemy law, and it's about showing it's hate speech. Is hate speech not a thing? So in that lecture on YouTube, he says that UK, and I'm pretty sure he's misinformed on this, but he says the UK restricts hate speech to things like racism. And he says America doesn't even do that. And I agree with America. So in that lecture, he's saying that even racism isn't really a thing, which I find, it just goes to show that if there's no, like the poem says, إذا لم تستحي فاصنع ما شئت. And I mean, it's attributed, it's a hadith as well. إذا لم تستحي فاصنع ما شئت. That if there's no sense of haya at all, that look, so there's nothing. So I mean, would you? And this is an interesting question. So what if somebody spoke of the glory of pedophilia? Is that something that is not problematic? If somebody wrote a book glorifying uh, pedophilia, that they're having sexual relationships with little children and toddlers and infants, is that not an abomination? It's not like this. And if somebody starts writing a blog about this and promoting and saying that this is this not of concern? There are there will always be parameters. It doesn't matter. And him saying this, my American the viewers can correct this. He claims in the thing that America does not have. I'm sure that's wrong. He claims that under freedom of expression in America, you can make openly racist remarks and say, like, for example, all black people are like this, all people, such and such people are dumb, or all such and such people are. He says that that's allowed in the United States. He's saying it in a particular conference to all these journalists and stuff. So it had me a bit baffled because I'm sure that's not the case, but Allahu A'lam. But in the UK, clearly that's not the case. You can't do things like that. So this is where this person, he's making a point about insulting. He says, I have the right to insult because it's freedom of speech. And that's the difference between freedom to criticize and freedom of speech. Because, and freedom to insult. They're two very different things. That they may be an overlap, but they're different things when you peripheralize them. So, yeah, so this is a good point. That look, somebody said that you can't say things about LGBT, you can't say things about the Jewish community, you can't. It's anti-Semitism. It's, people, I'm sure they get into trouble for that, even in America. I'm sure they do. But so and isn't just, but that's it. Look, let's not digress here. So this is Salman Rushdie with his point of the Satanic Verses. So he has this story which is a novel about these two main characters. One of them is, and he gives them the name Jibril Farishta, one of them. Now, this is him clearly knowing, look, Farishta is not a name, it means angel. Everybody knows that. Jibril Farishta. Come on. It's like saying, here's the protagonist of my story, the Archangel Gabriel. Oh, no, but I'm just using this as a name. Why do you think I'm referring to the Archangel Gabriel? It's like, yeah, but first of all, Farishta is not a name in Urdu. Nobody names their child Farishta. It just means angel. And Jibril is Jibril. So Jibril Farishta in his story is a Bollywood actor who plays all these deities and plays these kind of characters, Hindu deities, and he's very famous. Then he gets ill and he gets some kind of illness where he excretes blood from his penis and anus and does all these really weird stuff. I don't know what's going on in Rushdie's Salman Rushdie's twisted mind. But he's obsessed with this woman, Rika. He's having an affair, but then she's having an affair with somebody else. He's now depressed. Anyway, he wants to give up India and move to the UK. And he uses a different name for the UK, but he spells London as I don't know, Idawal or something. He calls it like he gives it this the play on names like London, and he plays on the name. But they want to come to London, so okay, he's on a plane with this other guy, Saladin Chamcha, who's also another unfulfilled individual, and this plane crashes. And the plane crashes, and miraculously, these two get saved. But as they get saved, Jibril Farishta all of a sudden develops angelic-like qualities. He becomes like he has these wings. He becomes like this kind of angel person. And Saladin Chamcha develops horns like a goat, and he develops these devilish characteristics. And then they come to the UK, except Jibril Farishta is kind of doing his business. They both miraculously survive. Saladin is picked up by the authorities because he looks weird. Now here he's bringing in the immigrant perspective. Because he looks weird, he gets picked up by the authorities. The authorities say they don't know who he is, what's his story, how did he get here. They can't believe they believe there's something wrong with him. They're trying to prosecute him. They're putting him through all this kind of turmoil. He's hoping that Jibril Farishta will come and vouch for him, who he doesn't. Now, so, okay, the story is about these two characters. Now, during this, the rest of it is, a lot of it is kind of, waffling on, and he has certain interesting turns. What happens is this Jibril Farishta has a kind of schizophrenia where he starts to believe that maybe there's something special about him and he is an angel. Maybe, or not, if not an angel, he's somebody special. God gifted, God's chosen person. Now, this Jibril Farishta travels back in time. Now, it's a bit vague how he's explaining this, whether he goes back in time, or whether he's doing it as a vision, but he seems to just shift to this other dimension. In this dimension, now this is where the Satanic Verses come in. Jibril Farishta, who's this character in his novel, ends up on this mountain where he finds the individual Mohound. Mohound is Muhammad. That's what he's using, the prophet. But he's changing the name to Mohound. So he finds this person on this mount, in this cave, where this angelic, or this person who's in the novel, who saved, was a former Bollywood character, developed wings and can fly off and either time travel or end up in this other dimension somehow, or is it a vision, however it is, but he ends up there in a different epoch, but with this Mohound, who's in this cave, and he now, in his schizophrenia, Jibril Farishta utters these words to him. Mohound thinks it's revelation and sincerely accepts it. He goes back to his people, preaches it. His people embrace the message. Jibril Farishta has several other kind of dimension trips where he sees other things. There's something going on in London. And he has several dimension trips with this character, Aisha, who's a different character in different times. One time there's this character in London, Aisha. Another point, this Jibril Farishta tries to go back to Mohound to tell him that actually what I told you was false. It was just my schizophrenia. But when he goes there, he finds that the people of Mohound have actually embraced his message. And now Mohound is a powerful person. And he's got these armies. And you can't resist. So they try to resist. And they realize that Mohound is coming to attack them. So some of them hide in a brothel. In a brothel, there are these 12 prostitutes who happen to have the names which correspond with the names of the wives of the prophet. Now, this is not academic. And the biggest prostitute, or the most popular prostitute in that brothel, Her name is Aisha. And Aisha then, Mohound comes and invades, and Aisha then marries him. And she becomes the most beloved of Mohound's wife, and she was the most popular prostitute. And he uses the word whore from that brothel. Now, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. You know, this is utterly disgusting. There's nothing academic about, oh, I want to critique a religion about this. Now, what he does put in there is he puts in there that, he does put in there that, this Satanic Verses, and he has this little play on that. He has this play that there's some narrations, and we'll come to them in a moment, where some Muslims said that the Prophet was compromised his message, or the message of the Prophet was compromised because Jibreel got it wrong, or because however they want to interpret it, but that the Prophet got part of the message wrong, like it wasn't actually real, but people accepted it. These were known as the Satanic Verses because they didn't come from Jibreel, they came from Satan to the Prophet, either to the Prophet or to the people, imagining that they came from the Prophet. So these Satanic Verses did impact the people. So similarly, in his story, this Jibreel Farishta is not an angelic entity. He's actually somebody with almost schizophrenia, and he can be very messed up. But Mohound thinks he's an angel and therefore takes the message and then spreads it, and people accept it. Now, when Jibreel Farishta realizes in his novel that actually I was messed up and delusional when I told you that, it's too late. So he's anchoring this part of his dimension trip or vision or whatever, and his impact on Mohound on the Satanic Verses, and he mentions them in his book. This is why he calls it the Satanic Verses. Now, true, this is only, I think, about 20 pages of the book, this part, to do with Mohound. But it's enough to show the kind of vitriolic, spiteful venom that Salman Rushdie spews towards Islam, and the unimaginable harm that it does to Muslims. Because, look, there is nothing, and the rest of the story, sure, it is about just this Saladin Chamcha and this Jibreel Farishta, and right through to the end, and their kind of other trips and the other visions. So at one point, Jibreel Farishta is picturing the Imam, the promised Imam, and it's this cult, it's this delusional guy who's fighting against this woman called Aisha. Once again, a bit of a play on maybe the Shia kind of thing going on there, but he's using it, and how the Imam has all this security around him. Maybe that's he's nesting it in Bani Umayyah and Muawiyah. Maybe there's that kind of, maybe not, but it seems to reflect a bit of that. But the point is that, okay, he says, but most of the book is a novel. I mean, the book is a novel, sorry, but most of it is just about these two characters. Sure. But look, he knows what he's doing, and there's nothing about criticizing a religion in that. It's just about insulting a religion. It's just about being rude and offensive because you believe you have the right to just be rude. It's like I go out and I believe I have the right to just say, you, F you, your mum's like this, you're like this. Why? Because I believe I have the right to speak. It's my right to speak. No, but no human society operates like that. The book is just pure vile. And to say that in this brothel, each of these 12 women who have the names corresponding to the wives of the Prophet, and then the biggest whore amongst them, to say that, and then becomes the wife of the Prophet, and it's, ya salam, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Do you see what I mean? The sheer kind of hatred that this man has it's absolutely, it just comes forth. And you can see it from him. And there's nothing, this book does nothing. It doesn't argue against Islam. It doesn't bring a point. It's not about, look, he makes a point in one of his conferences. He says, if we're not allowed to criticize religion, then where would we be? Sure, because he's saying that, look, people criticized religion and therefore they had reformations. Sure, you've got, you know, you've got several reformations have taken place. He speaks of in one of his conferences about Copernicus, okay, about Martin Luther, about the, you know, not Martin, Protestants and the whole thing. See, sure, where is your critique of Islam? What, that you're just gonna say that, oh, the prophet was this this person who was delusional, and you're going to call his wife the biggest prostitute that there was, and you're going to say that, and then you're going to say it sometime, oh no, I'm even talking about the prophet. What made you think I'm talking about the prophet? Oh, and then later on he's very clear in his later interviews, oh, I was talking about the prophet, but I have the right to talk about him. So now this is so this goes to show that these things are, I just wanted to explain, give a kind of an overview of the story, and anchor it in the kind of evaluation, the mental evaluation of this individual who struggled all his life with identity, that where does he belong? You know, coming from privilege, coming from money. His family were from an elite upper class in India. His dad was a successful lawyer from Cambridge in the time of the British Raj. You know, coming from that, but his dad still embracing his Muslimness, his dad's disappointment in him, which baffled him, he resented his father for. His dad moving to Pakistan because of Muslims, him hating this, him going back to India but not really fully fitting in. Where do you fit in? Him wanting to be British, English, but back then, see, now, okay, there's a lot more cultural, but back then, you see, you're still brown. Doesn't matter. He's very articulate, but you're still brown. And he always resents Imran Khan. And Imran Khan refused to attend the conference that he was at. Any place, Imran Khan had this policy that I refuse to sit at any table that he's at. So there's an interview of Salman Rushdie on, not an interview, he speaks at one of his conferences. Really, you could see how hurt he is. So he is about Imran Khan not coming. He goes, oh, say that, oh, you know, when he used to be a playboy, when he used to be, you could see the resentment coming out. Now, Imran Khan clearly had a lot more acceptance in the UK. Just because of how good looking he was. I mean, let's face it, Imran Khan's an absolute stud. So that's different. This bichara, I mean, you know, you got, I say bichara, God forbid, ya salam, right? So you got this guy who's, I mean, just, and you've got, so a lot of these things led to his complex, his issues, and then obviously I'm sure he wasn't happy about certain things Muslims did as well, that added to it. But him thinking, this is my personal opinion, I feel that he never, you know, with the book Satanic Verses, I think he never expected it to get the reaction it got, and he never even wrote it for that kind of diaspora, the Muslim, to cotton onto it. I feel he longed for a fame because his family were from this elite privileged class, and he wanted the kind of notoriety, and he did get a book award for his Midnight's Children because it spoke all about the partition and how separation and identity and not knowing where you belong. And I think his book Satanic Verses was first and foremost a big middle finger to his own dad. It was to his father, and then by extension to that kind of, maybe that mullah class that he was fed up with in India. Because remember, in India, he's still always reminded his name is still Muslim, Salman Rushdie. And even if, you're always still at some point a Muslim. And this is what, so I think his first thing was, it was this middle thing. This is what I feel to his father, first and foremost, who he was really upset with. And then upset that he was upset with him. Because to him, one of the reasons, obviously it's more that, you see, one of the reasons his father was upset with him is because he wanted to be he was doing a degree in history. He wanted to be this leftist culture, anti kind of right, anti people on the right. It's all about being new and all for freedoms. But in his interview, he says this in his recent interviews that you can watch, that he's gutted that the left now hates people who criticize religion. And he says, this isn't how it used to be. I watched this interview. He's saying, it used to be people on the right. The Pope criticized me for criticizing Islam. Now people on the left, they say, why are you criticizing Islam? Leave them alone. And he's like, what's wrong with these people? And he's so... because he felt his dad saw that as a waste, being on the left. And he stood up for it. He did his degree in history, which is a waste, let's be honest, for people from his dad's perspective. That you're a businessman, I've sent you to Cambridge, spent a lot of money on you, and you're studying history. What on earth are you going to do with that? Oh, I'm going to write books. So his dad saw him as a huge disappointment, and he's stood at it for this, I'm championing this leftist cause. And a part of this was a big FU to his dad, and then to the right religion, which had clearly been an issue for him. But as time moves forward, it had this huge reaction, which he wasn't expecting, this hateful reaction. So people start boycotting him. People don't want, even if it's, maybe many people don't have an issue with him, but they don't want to share a stage with him because they don't want that negativity. Even non-Muslims, like in India, there's many literary people who have a Muslim audience as well. I'm thinking, well, I ain't going to, jeopardize my audience because of this guy. Maybe they haven't got an issue with his book, but they feel... So he sees all of this. And as time progresses, the left, which he thought he was championing, is anti him because they feel he's a bigot. Like, why are you attacking Muslims? So it's really left this guy in quite a pickle. But yeah, so that's my psychoanalysis of him. A person who really, ya salam, he's reached this stage of life. And still, if you watch his interviews, even in his 70s, so resentful still. I mean, but then again, you look at him and you can sense almost a malice, an energy of unsettling. Like, I mean, you don't even know where the forehead begins and where... Yes. I mean, now I get why he hated Muslims, because it's like Bichara didn't know where to do wudu from. He's like, at what point do I start doing masah of the head? Is it like from here? Do I do masah? He's like, yeah, where do I? Out here, famsahu wujuhikum. Does the wajh, when I do wudu, do I start washing the face from? Right. Well, Bechara, I'm understanding his grief now. It's like the guy's like, yeah, I can't understand the fiqh of these Muslims. Yeah, wudu pe atak gaya. The guy got lost in wudu. Bechara, he was like, yeah, if Regain was out in his time. Oh. Just think of the tranquility he would have brought to his heart. You never know. He might have been like, yeah, finally I've had peace. Oh, let's focus, people. Let's focus. Right. So no, honestly, I but that said, seriously, this person that attacked him, clearly had mental health issues, but all he did was just gave him limelight. This person didn't really deserve that. He deserved a hair transplant. If Salman Rushdie had reached out to me and said, look, listen, I've struggled here with this hairline that I don't know where to draw the line. Because of this non-boundary, I've lost all boundaries. Because of this, the lines being blurred. I've all values have blurred the lines in my life. I would have said, Yar, you know what? Send this bichara to Turkey, Istanbul. I would cover his transplant costs just to help him out. Maybe, you help a miskin, Allah gives you Allah. You would have seen it's all about love, yaar. Love. But chalo. Chalo. It was, let's move on. Let's not get distracted by the by the runway. I wanted to actually discuss the Satanic verses themselves. So before that, let's just move to some questions. Right, what's Arebai? Aptly rational choice theory to religion instead of having to state-backed Islam. Let's just let all flourish and let every religion compete like them. Sure, look, I'm not saying people have the right to shove religion down your throat. They don't. And I have no qualms. I feel that people have the right to criticize things. If you don't believe in something, you have the right to criticize it. You have the right to show where it doesn't make sense. But there's a difference between just being rude and insulting and between being analytically critical about something, because that has an objective to it. You see, when I criticize something, when I critique something, when I satirize something and I show the points, people can see, oh yeah, that makes sense. When I just insult something, just call their mama this, call their wife or this, call them this, this is just dumb. It's petty. It's like there's no end game to that except just like a little child. I'm trying to hurt you. I'm trying to, but it's not. There's no human compassion about that. So yeah, let's move on to. And this was the thing, he always wanted to live in the UK, but it became an issue. He had to go undercover. He had the alias Joseph. I mean, yaar, kasam se yaar. Just look at that beautiful face right there. Does that look like a Joseph from all people? Kasam se yaar. I am beauty. I'm beauty. Yeah, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But he has had several marriages, 4 marriages, something. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Also is the bank balance. You see, if where looks fail, bank balance makes up for it. So it's not difficult to, they say, well, he also, one of his recent marriages was a model from India. But she aptly moved on, as you can see, and went to a status that she felt was clearly more befitting. But in the process, chalo, zara sa bank balance this way, divorce settlement. So this is what happens, you see. These things were enough, really, for this person. And I tell you something about being bitter in life. It never ends well. Because, there's I believe it's actually Nelson Mandela's quote, where he said, harboring bitterness against people or someone, or it's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Taklif to hogi baba, but it's going to be in you, not in them. You know, there's, as the Arabic poet says, lillahi darul hasidi ma lillahi darul hasidi ma a'dala bada'a bi sahibihi faqatala. That and in another poem that what is it? Al hasadu kannari. No. But he gives the example of that they say it's like fire, or that it consumes itself if it has nothing else to consume. And the poet said that Allah has kind of set a justice in envy and this kind of spitefulness, that it begins with the person who harbors it and it kills them, as in it's the end of them, because they just have this bitterness that eats them up from within. Seriously, honest, there's a point here that I want to say, that may Allah grant a shifa to people that carry this venom inside them, a bitterness. And may Allah heal their hearts. Seriously, let's make dua, ameen. Because there's many people, and sometimes maybe they felt they've been wronged for some reason. But yeah, may Allah heal these wounding, hurt hearts, because they just carry that hatred throughout their lives, and they hurt so many people along the way. Sometimes people very close to them, their own children, their own spouses, their own friends, their own family, people at large, society. Right, let's move on. I mean, is there a super chat? No, I answered that. Yeah, no, I answered that. Let's move on to the actual Satanic verses and what were they? So, what are the Satanic verses? Ayatun Shaytaniya in Arabic. So, right, let's just bring this up. The Satanic verses. So, let me give you the incident and then play it back to you. Okay. Now, we can go by certain statements. Okay. In Mecca, in relatively early Islam, relatively, as in a few years had been, the Prophet is preaching. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam recites Suratul Najm. Now, let me just bring that up for you. Here it is, Suratul Najm, beautiful surah of the Quran. Very, it just has such an effect on you. Its words, its style, the kind of rhythm that it brings with it. It's undeniably formidable. So the Prophet is reciting Surah An-Najm. وَالنَّجْمِ إِذَا هَوَى مَا ضَلَّ صَاحِبُكُمْ وَمَا غَوَى. That Allah takes an oath by the stars, or the star as it settles, that your companion, your person, the Prophet, مَا ضَلَّ, is not misguided. وَمَا غَوَى, he hasn't missed the mark or lost his track. وَمَا يَنْطِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَى, he does not speak out of some desire to get something or from his desires. إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَى, it is but revelation revealed unto him. The Prophet is reciting this aloud. He reaches the verses as you can see, verse 19, أفرأيتم اللات والعزى ومناة الثالثة الأخرى. Do you not see these three goddesses? Allah calls out three goddesses, as in specifies them amongst the many. They were popular deities that the pagans of Mecca were worshipping. There were others as well, Hubal and many others, but these three goddesses, they're all female. Allat, Al-Manat, Wal-Uzza. Okay. Now, some people, and you can see the other, if you Google, you can find the correlates. Like some people say this Uzza might have been a correlate of a particular god. Is it Ishtar, or is it these, or is it that? Whatever. The point is, these were three popular goddesses. Okay, Allat, Manat. I think Manat was for good fortune, Al Uzza was for military strength, and Allat, I think, may have been for bringing good luck. So these were like titans, like demigods. So, and goddesses. So Allah mentions the name, as you can see in verse 19. Now the Prophet is reciting this. The people fall into sujood. They go into sajda. This incident is documented. It is in Bukhari, it is in Muslim, it is in other books as well. Mustadrak al-Hakim and other books. Now, it doesn't say what happened. It just says that they went into sujood when these things were read. Now, people speculated, why did they do that? Because the pagans weren't accepting. Some people said that it could be that they were overwhelmed by the awe of the surah. Could have been. But then they didn't do this for other cases. Some people say that it could have been that they saw it, that this was, that in the moment they saw the validity of the message of Islam. I'm not so sure really that makes, that stands its weight. Another reason could have been, some ulama have said, that they did this as a respect to the names of their gods. That's very possible. That because they saw the Muslims, obviously they used to prostrate as well. They understood what prostrating was. When Allah says, أَفَرَأَيْتُمُ اللَّاتَ وَالْعُزَّى وَمَنَاةَ الثَّالِثَةَ الْأُخْرَى. Do you see these? That they prostrated because the name of their God is being mentioned and to glorify their gods. It's possible. That actually makes quite a bit of sense. Now, this incident up to there is documented. Now, some people claim that when these people were asked, why did you prostrate? They said that the Prophet glorified our gods, so we prostrated. Now, here some people added some narrations. So they said that how is it that the Prophet glorified your gods? So they say that the Prophet read this. What you can see on the screen there is not a verse of the Quran. Some people say, so some allegedly, this is all false, by the way, but this is that allegedly said that the Prophet said, تلك الغرانيق العلا وإن شفاعتهن لترتجى. That أفرأيتم اللات والعزى ومناة الثالثة الأخرى. Do you see Lat wal Uzza wa Manat? تلك الغرانيق العلا. These are lofty, elevated entities, Gharanik, these titans, huge tycoons, huge entities. وَإِنَّ شَفَاعَتَهُنَّ لَتُرْتَجَى. And indeed their intercession will be sought on the day of judgment. Now this is the alleged story that the Prophet said this. He praised their deities and said, إِنَّ شَفَاعَتَهُنَّ لَتُرْتَجَى. This is the Satanic Verses. Why the Satanic Verses? This then finds its way into Islamic transmission. People start saying there's narrations about this. Once again, you get certain common names. They start saying, yeah, there's narrations. Oh, look, this was said. These people said the Prophet said this. So, okay, how could the Prophet have said this? Some people said that, oh, the Prophet said this because he really wanted his people to come on board that much that he felt, what if I compromised a little bit and just praised them once? And he did it and it worked. And then later on, he realized, I made a mistake. I should never have praised their gods. And they said, this is apparently what this verse of the Quran is talking about. The verse we covered today. That this verse, right, what's going on here? That of Surah Hajj, verse 52, that we did not send a prophet before you, except that when he desired something, Shaitan threw onto his desire, like he added to it. So Allah rendered it invalid. ثُمَّ يُحْكِمُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ. So Allah then corrected the Quran. So this is what some people said. They said, well, now some people then said, oh no, but right, yeah, that's an issue. So maybe what happened was the Prophet was reciting Surah Najm. He reached this point and went quiet, and the shaitan spoke this in a voice. People hearing thought that's the Prophet's voice, and therefore they said, Wah, the Prophet praised our gods. We've got no problem with him. All of this is ridiculously absurd and utterly stupid. Utterly. Because look, first of all, let's just take a look at this. And I'll show you that, and I'll bring up some of these things in a moment. First of all, this verse is not speaking about anything to do with that. Okay. This verse, Suratul Hajj, right, is in the Surah of Hajj, which is an issue of Medina. The Surah of Hajj is to do with Medina. Now, somebody could say, well, this verse came before, but no, but the Surah is from Medina to start off with. Secondly, let's see this hypothesis. What's the hypothesis? So the hypothesis is that the Prophet, first hypothesis, the Prophet was so keen on his people embracing Islam that he decided to praise their gods. Well, then all he had to do was what they were saying. It is well known that the early Meccans had said to the Prophet, look, just compromise a tiny bit, we will give you, the famous incident that we will give you the moon and the sun in your hands and you can marry we'll give you all this wealth. Just tone it down a little bit. They said that, look, we have no problem with Allah, just accommodate slightly for our gods. This was the thing. This is why they were persecuting the Muslims. So if the Prophet was okay to do that, what was going on then, to start off with? Secondly, let's just take a look at what is being said. Lat wal Manat wal Uzza, which were what? Statues carved out of stone. What do the other surah ayat of Makkah say? That these statues, that do they la tantiqun, they don't speak, they're dumb, they're blind, these are just stone carvings. How inna shafa'atahunna la turtaja, these are such lofty beings that these stone carvings are such lofty beings that on the day of judgment, wow, we can't wait for these to help you out. Ridiculously absurd. This is why many of the ulama of Islam, especially the Malikiya, very clearly made it very clear that, look, all of these things are utterly absurd. They have no standing. The isnads are utterly. Let me just bring this. So you can see there, Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, the Maliki legend from Muslim Spain, very clearly says, إنها باطلة لا أصل لها. Ibn Khuzaymah, إنها من وضع الزنادقة. People who had issues with Islam, he says that they just crept them in and people transmitted them. Now, somebody could say, look, why did they transmit them then? And this is something that Qadi Iyad mentions, Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi mentions later on. People say Tabari mentions them in his tafsir. He does. Tabari mentions them with this verse that we Surah Hajj. But read on. Tabari mentions them, brings all of them, and says at the end, these are utterly batil. Utterly batil. He says that these riwayat are utterly batil and they're false. So by saying that, look, Tabari brought them, he didn't bring them and affirm them or say that they have validity. He brought them, if you read through the pages, at the end in his conclusion of this verse, he says that they are batila. And this is what Qadi Iyad cites him, Abu Bakr ibn Arabi cites him. And what's really fascinating, and what's also very useful to see as well, is Qadi Iyad's discussion on it is amazing in the Shifa. See, the Malikiya were very clear about something about the honor of the Prophet ﷺ, because some people started to say, and this is later on, see, some people were so committed to the Hadith project that they started to say, well, what if it was true, but it's just not that the Prophet said it, but that maybe it was the shaitan said it? What if it was true? Now, this is where Qadi Iyad has an incredible discussion in the Shifa, which is a seerah book about the Prophet ﷺ. And Abu Bakr ibn Arabi in his tafsir, there's so one of the best discussions you see on it. Qadi and Abu Bakr ibn Arabi mention, and I'll bring this up. They say, imagine you found something, a riwayah that's sahih, but it goes against the Quran. That riwayah would clearly be batil, because the Prophet could not be preaching on one hand the Quran his whole life whilst teaching simultaneously. That is coming through just one person saying he said this. That's not. He said if it was sahih, it would be rejected if it contradicted the Quran. He says, what do you, and what, so فَمَا بَالُكَ بِهَذِهِ الرِّوَايَاتِ الضَّعِيفَ وَالْمَوْضُوعَةِ. He says, what about these that are utterly weak and unacceptable and fabricated? So that's something. This is why I wanted to bring these. I'll show you some of these discussions. You can see here. Now, one of the problems was some people like Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani. Ibn Hajar was a problem here. You see, Ibn Hajar, for no reason, hundreds of years later, 700 years, we're talking after the Prophet ﷺ, and after, we're talking, 1-2 centuries after Qadi Iyad and Abu Bakr ibn Arabi and all these people. And he has issues with, you see, it's not, he doesn't have necessarily issue with Qadi Iyad or Abu Bakr ibn Arabi, but he has an issue with that school of thought. The school of thought that is a hadith relativist. Why? Because Ibn Hajar is an utter hadith dogmatist. In fact, the canonization of Sahih Bukhari to become what it is today, the way, the maqam that it has, the kind of canonity of it didn't exist before. Like in obviously Sahih Bukhari existed in Qadi Iyad's. So let's say 4th century Islam, 5th century Islam. These books are there and people respect them. They highly rate them. It's not that they don't, but it hasn't emerged to the phenomenon that it later becomes. It becomes this, it is utterly kind of bulletproof in a way. That really happens by just 2 people. And they're Shafi'i, because the Shafi'i madhab is hadith dogmatist. They believe that if the chain is sahih, nothing else matters. If you bring me a sahih chain, throw everything else against the wall. It is now a fact. Just because one from one, and these people are verified. And the people who concretize this method, who really crystallize this, is first of all Ibn Salah. But then after Ibn Salah, the real person is Ibn Hajar. He is so invested in the Hadith project, so invested. And sure, he's got great intentions. I'm not saying he's malicious or he's malignant or he's trying to spread venom. He's committed to the Hadith project. Sure, and that's, more power to you. You've got a passion. But sometimes, just sometimes, that, as it says, that min al-hubbi ma qatal. Sometimes some passions lead you to your own destruction. And I'm not saying it led Ibn Hajar to his destruction, but this point of his was very destructive. Out of a kind of zid, a stubbornness, at being upset at Qadi Iyad for saying in the Shifa that these things are batil, and even if they brought a chain, throw it against the wall. Like, we don't accept any chain that tries to disrespect our Prophet. He, in reaction to that, writes this in his Fathul Bari. He says, كثرة الطرق تدل على أن للقصة أصلا. He says that, look, many chains show that this hadith has an origin. ثم نقل تضعيف ابن عربي والقاضي إياض القصة ثم نقل. So he does say, look, these people don't accept it. However, he says وجميع ذلك لا يتمشى على القواعد فإن الطرق إذا كثرت وتباينت مخارجها دل ذلك على أن لها أصلا. He says if a chain, hadith, has multiple chains, even if they're weak, this shows it has a solid thing. Why? If I get you, that's the equivalent of that is saying if I got 5 people, if I got one person who's a liar and he says something, now 5 people who are liars say the same thing, it must therefore be right because there's 5 people saying it. But they're not trustworthy. You say, but now there's 5, but there's 5 untrustworthy. If I've got a bag of money here and I say, well, I'll leave it with 1, but here there's 5 of them. It's like, but they're unreliable. They're not trustworthy. So how can you take unreliable people and non-trustworthy people and accept them for the messenger of Allah. And you wouldn't accept them if they were unreliable on something, let's say something very material like money. But you accept these people are unreliable, but you throw a number in there. Now we'll accept them about Allah and His Messenger. Kalla wa hasha. Never. Now, and he's upset that Abu Bakr ibn Arabi and Qadi Iyad attacked the hadith kind of project on that. So he says, look, وَقَدْ ذَكَرْتُ أَنَّ ثَلَاثَةَ أَسانِيد مِنْهَا عَلَى شَرْطِ صَحِيح. He says that I found 3 chains where they have the narrators of the people of the Sahih in there. وَهِيَ مَرَاسِيل, but they're not connected to the Prophet. Now check this. This is his sting back at the Malikiyah. وهي مراسيل يحتج بمثلها من يحتج بالمرسل. He says وكذا من لا يحتج به لاعتضاد بعضها ببعض. And then he says, and he says in another point as well, that these people accept mursal. Qadi Iyad accepts mursal because the madhab of Malik accepts mursal. Mursal is where the chain isn't connected to the Prophet, but the tabi'i says something about the Prophet, but he doesn't tell you who he heard it from. So he's kind of saying, well, these people accept mursal, huh? So why aren't they accepting this? This is Ibn Hajar's clear, blind mistake. That it's, and I'm not saying I'm not saying he did this out of malice. He didn't. What's ironic is he did this out of sheer passion and love for his commitment to hadith, the hadith project. That he was so committed to the hadith project that he didn't realize what he's saying, or maybe he realized but didn't realize what he's actually saying here, the absurdity, the irony. So you see this, and just to show, we'll kind of quickly go through some of these. And Suyuti does the same thing. And Suyuti's wording is very misleading. He says, وَبَعْضُهَا صَحِيحُ السَّنَدِ. Some of them, the chain is sahih, but it's not. You see, it's just that the rijal are of the sahih. The sanad, there isn't a single one with the sanad sahih. And there's been a lot of criticism of Suyuti's this sentence. Because he says, oh, and some of them, the sanad is sahih. No, it isn't. It's in the sanad of people of the sahih. But it's a cut chain. And that too will bazar, this one that he's trying to, that he's referring to. So you can see these Shafi'is, like Suyuti is a big Shafi'i, once again, very involved in the Hadith project, Jalaluddin Suyuti. And you can see here there's Akhraj al-Bazar, and you've got Tabrani, Ibn Mardaway, Wad-Diya, Fil Mukhtara, Bisanadihi. Now, people have clearly torn these apart. Now, they mentioned them. I'm just trying to read the end. وَأَخْرَجَ Ibn Jarir. See, he says, look, Ibn Jarir al-Tabari brings that, but he doesn't quote. This is why it's so unfair. He doesn't quote the end where Ibn Jarir al-Tabari says they're batil, all of these riwayat. They just say, oh, he quotes them. He does quote them, but he goes on to say they're invalid. So it's, I don't know, this passion for the Hadith project. Suyuti was really involved in trying to be the Hadith reviver of his age. He really longed to be Ibn Hajar. In fact, he says in his thing that when I went to do Hajj, I drank from the water of Zamzam and I made dua, because there's a hadith that whatever you drink Zamzam for, you can become it. It is a cure for whatever you drink. He said, I drank it with the intention, Ya Allah, make me like Ibn Hajar, his hero. And you can see his commitment maybe to that as what has kind of blinded him here. I don't know, but it's but you can see here that it shows people who clearly critiqued, analyzed, and destroyed this hadith of Gharaniq, it's called. Uh, and it mentions that, look, قاضي إياد said هذا الحديث لم يخرجه أحد من أهل الصحة ولا رواه ثقة بسند سليم متصل وإنما أولع به المفسرون المؤرخون المولعون بكل غريب. He said that people brought this because it was something that would catch attention. So many of the mufassirin put it in because it helped them. And by Mufassirin, he doesn't mean the super popular one, but he's saying, but even them later on, but people in the early days, because it caught, it sold. It went like, oh my God, this is like, what's this? So he says, this is all it is. You find it in the books of tafsir. But Ibn Jarir says he does bring it, but he clearly refutes it. And قاضي إياد does mention that. So does Ibn Arabi. قال الفخر الرازي هذه القصة باطلة موضوعة لا يجوز القول بها. فخر الدين الرازي said, look, this is clearly, anybody who investigates this is fabricated. It's haram to be transmitting this, to be saying this. And check, the beauty. Check the surah that they fabricated this in. They fabricate this in Surah Najm, which Allah begins Surah Najm by saying, ما ضل صاحبكم وما غوى وما ينطق عن الهوى إن هو إلا وحي يوحى. Allah. The surah they begin this with is the one where Allah says that how could this be fabricated? This is revelation. He does not come up with anything. There's a verse of the Quran, وَلَوْ تَقَوَّلَ عَلَيْنَا بَعْضُ الْأَقَاوِيلِ, that Allah says if he was to fabricate something, that لَأَخَذْنَا مِنْهُ, we would have seized him, and he would have had such a tormenting punishment. In several places of the Quran, Allah is saying that this is from Allah revelation. And that Allah says in another verse, which ironically is Surah Hajj, Allah says that the shaitan will say on the day of judgment, مَا كَانَ لِي عَلَيْكُمْ مِنْ سُلْطَانٍ, I had no power over you. I couldn't physically do anything for you. إِنَّمَا دَعَوْتُكُمْ فَاسْتَجَبْتُمْ لِي, I just whispered and you responded. Shaitan does not have the power to be talking, impersonating your voice. This is what Qadi Iyad mentions. This is what Abu Bakr ibn Arabi mentions. This is why they say, look, this is absurd on every level. So let's move back through some of these. Suyuti mentions this. This was the problem with some of these people mention this. Now, some of the people who do speak and condemn it clearly and show you that, Ibn Kathir does. He says that yes, people have built the foundation, the asl of this incident. They're basing it on what is in Bukhari and Muslim about the Prophet was reading Surah Najm and people prostrated. He mentions nothing about this stuff. He says, look, Qissatul Gharaniq غير صحيح. This is not. There is the incident that the Prophet was, it just says the Prophet was reading Surah Najm and everybody in the haram prostrated, including the kuffar of Quraysh. Now, look at the Mufassirin, Jassas, Ibn Atiyya, Abu Hayyan, Al-Suhaili, Fakhr al-Razi, Qurtubi, Ibn Arabi, Al-Alusi, Al-Baydawi, Al-Qasimi, Al-Shanqiti, all these Mufassirin, Al-Aini. Now, just moving on, this is what Abu Bakr ibn Arabi says, and this is so important. He says, وَقَدْ أَوْعَدْنَا إِلَيْكُمْ تَوْصِيَةً أَن تَجْعَلُوا الْقُرْآنَ إِمَامَكُمْ. Make the Quran always your center. Not these Khabr al-Ahad one narrations, the Quran. He says, وَحُرُوفُهُ أَمَامَكُمْ وَلَا تَحْمِلُوا عَلَيْهَا مَا لَيْسَ فِيهَا. Do not parameterize the Quran with non-Quran. وَلَا تَرْبِطُوا فِيهَا مَا لَيْسَ مِنْهَا. Do not put all these things in there that are in there. Where has Allah said these things? How are you putting this in there just as speculation? He says, وَمَا هُدِيَ لِهَذَا إِلَّا الطَّبَرِ بِجَلَالَةِ قَدْرِهِ وصفاء فكره وسعة باعه في العلم وشدة ساعده وذراعه في النظر، وكأنه أشار إلى هذا الغرض وصوب على هذا المرمى. فقرطس بعد ما ذكر في ذلك روايات كثيرة, after he mentioned so many of these narrations, كلها باطلة لا أصل لها, ولو شاء ربك لما رواها أحد ولا سطرها ولكنه فعال لما يريد. And he says, well, look, why has this crept through then? He says, well, people have mentioned it. But like anything, Allah has given you an intellect and the tradition has reached you. The Quran has reached you. Read it. Don't blindly just follow. And if you see this as a test, then it is a test. Investigate it and see it. So, and we've got here some, let me bring up some. Right. Okay. This is from, actually, Albani has a very interesting book dedicated to the Gharanik. I think it's called Manjanik or something, Fil Qissat al Gharanik or something. And he shows the whole fabrication, but he brings many interesting, he brings a lot of Qadi, because Qadi Iyad's one of the most, the Maliki legend, one of the most outspoken. Abu Bakr ibn Arabi is one of the most outspoken. In fact, Qadi Iyad just copies and pastes almost a lot of what Ibn Arabi had to say. But Albani does bring other people. He brings these dissenting or these kind of weird voices, and here is you can see this is citing Qadi Iyad. Now, this Wajh al-Rabi on the right hand side, he says, look, ذكر الرواة هذه القصة أن he says أن فيها نزلت. So he's mentioning, look, how certain verses of the Quran, then it doesn't make sense. Allah is saying this. And he says, look, the Quran is showing you that this couldn't be true. Like, how could the Prophet compromise? How could the Prophet praise stone and at the same time be condemning stone as these statues are useless? He says, if there was something like that, now you move to the second page, the one on the left-hand side, these riwayat, if there was something that contradicted the Quran, he says, وَهِيَ تُضَعِفُ الْحَدِيثِ. These verses would weaken the hadith. لو صح, if they were sahih, if the hadith was sahih and it clashed with the Quran, it would weaken the hadith. See, that's the principle. If the hadith was sahih and it contradicted the Quran, he says, you can see there, he says, وَهِيَ تُضَعِفُ الْحَدِيثِ لَوْ صَحْ. If the hadith had it been sahih, it would have weakened it if it clashed with the verses. فَكَيْفَ وَلَا صِحَّةَ لَهُ. He says, so what do you think about something that isn't even sahih? So, and then he goes on and mentions more verses of the Quran. And he says, look, that many of the people of Quraysh and Thaqif, they would say, that, look, please do this for us, please do that for it. This is antithetical to the entire message of Islam and the whole struggle of the Prophet. What was the struggle then? Because clearly there was a struggle. So it doesn't, they're just showing the absurdity. This is actually Ibn Taymiyyah. Now, this is the problem, you see. You've got Ibn Taymiyyah here giving his discussion in his Fatawa, Majmu' al-Fatawa, and I'll just explain what this is. This is Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab in his book. It says, أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قرأ سورة النجم فلما بلغ فرأيتم ألقى الشيطان على لسان تلك الغرانيق العلا. So the shaitan put on the Prophet's tongue this غرانيق العلا and he said it, but he didn't mean to say it, and Allah corrected it. So and so you've got Ibn Taymiyyah saying the same thing, except Ibn Taymiyyah also is inclined to saying, well, the story is true. The Prophet, this was said. The Prophet, either he said it, the shaitan put it on his tongue and he said it, or the Prophet was silent and the shaitan impersonated the Prophet's voice and people thought the Prophet said it. So Ibn Taymiyyah is saying that ta'wil, that he's going with that. Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab is just saying the shaitan just put it on the Prophet's tongue. Um, Ibn Hajar is probably going to the fact that the shaitan said it and impersonated, but he's saying, look, there's some story, it's got some truth to it because of the Hadith project, Isnad, investment. Look, this is where it comes back, and this is where, once again, you've got at the end there Ibn Khuzaymah, one of the great, who very early in Islam, who's just really just after the time of Imam Bukhari. He just passes away in the 300s. Just a generation. I believe he's just a generation or two after Imam Bukhari. So him at that stage saying that, and he's a major hadith collector, he has his Sahih, which is called Sahih ibn Khuzaymah, saying innaha min wad'i zanadiqa. He says, look, it's clearly people who there were issues as well. It is true, it's not always, but there's always been some people who will, let's say, go with the flow. It's that in any given time are against the overarching authority. So you will find many places where, even in the past, you'll find in Muslim lands, there will be certain people who, let's say, their father embraced Islam. They don't really like it, but they just don't want to make a hoo-ha because maybe they're worried in that day and age, as you can imagine, a bit of lawlessness here and there, and people are afraid today of blasphemy. So back then, so you get these were people that they used to call zindiq, that they weren't really Muslim, but they were just going with the flow and just being Muslim. And some of them, maybe they were Muslim, but brought in the other cultural stuff that was part of their baggage. So let's say they were Christian before, so they bring a bit more Christianity into Islam. Some of them were Jewish before, they bring a bit more of that Jewish element into Islam. Some of them maybe don't like Islam. Some of them were Zoroastrians, so they bring about a bit of that Zoroastrianism into Islam. And they get a chance to transmit, and they transmit it. Sometimes maybe innocently, sometimes false memory, sometimes they're mishearing, sometimes maybe intentionally, maliciously. There have been several narrations where people own up to making up hadith. Several incidents where people say, I wada'tu so many hadith, I fabricated so many hadith because I thought it was good for such and such. Many people say that. I mean, not many, but there's several people who have said that I fabricated such and such hadith to defend such and such cause. So very early on, you had great hadith specialists of the caliber of Imam Bukhari, Ibn Khuzaymah, just a generation or two after him, very early on in Islam, who clearly said, look, this was min wad'i zanadiqa. People who weren't happy with Islam just kind of built on that story that was about all the people prostrating. And people said, why? Would you believe it? Because the Prophet actually compromised for a few days, or the shaitan deceived the Prophet. And then the Prophet later on learned, oh my God, this wasn't the Jibreel, this was the Prophet, the angel. Sorry, this was the devil that told me this. Or the Prophet went quiet and the devil impersonated the Prophet's voice and read. Utterly, just ridiculously absurd and totally stupid. But then you had some people that made a huge mistake. And look, amongst them is Ibn Hajar, it's Ibn Taymiyyah, it's people like Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, it's Jalaluddin as-Suyuti. And these, okay, especially Jalaluddin as-Suyuti, Ibn Hajar, and Ibn Taymiyyah, that in their own way, they've done a lot for Islam as well. Like, they've done a lot for Islam. Most of what they've done has been a huge effort in the legacy of Islam. Okay, at least definitely Jalaluddin as-Suyuti, Ibn Hajar, Jalaluddin as-Suyuti, these two. I would say Ibn Taymiyyah has done a certain amount as well. Certain amount, I don't know, but a huge amount of legacy. I know to the Salafiyah he's done a huge amount. To the rest of the Muslims, he's done a certain amount, but he's not, to the other Muslims, he's not as huge as he is to the Salafis. To the Salafis, he is their go-to Imam. That's it. There is nothing other than greater than Ibn Taymiyyah, to the extent that certain scholars of the Salafiyah have said that if it wasn't for Suhbah, the companionship of the Prophet, he excels above certain companions of the Prophet. Astaghfirullah. That's as absurd as you can imagine as that statement gets, but that's for their blind following and blind love of Ibn Taymiyyah. Sure, and he has done certain things for Islam, unquestionably. Not knocking, he has done certain things for Islam, and he obviously dedicated his life. These three, they've definitely contributed to the legacy of Islam. They have. Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, not so much. But if anything, the detriment of Islam, he's probably harmed Islam and the people. And he was not really a scholar of any caliber either, Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. I know the Wahhabiyya and the Salafiyya obviously rate him, but there's nothing really to demonstrate his kind of core understanding, or I don't know about understanding, but his kind of like depth of grasping, because ultimately he was just a Bedouin. He was just a Bedouin who was very zealous about Islam. He had a great passion for Islam. That's unquestionable. He had, a great, but he had a misplaced passion. Like his passion was, he's very passionate about Islam, wanted to do something, but ended up doing a lot of harm. Just kind of fought against the Ottomans, murdered, genocide of normal, regular Sunni Muslims who he declared mushriks because they were Sufis, and he killed people that came to the Hajj, declared them kuffar, raided them, took their women, raped them, that kind of stuff. Said it's halal because they're mushriks, and a lot of he really the kind of ISIS image. That's where it's stemming from, Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. But if you want to learn more about him, I know maybe excessively, Bro Haji has got a long series of videos about Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab on YouTube. Personally, I don't know why he's got that many videos dedicated to Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. Look, to me, these are just facts of how he was. Sure, people admire him, and I think maybe many people don't know about the things he did in their depth. So that's why they just hear of him as a great person. So because of that, they think, oh, he's a great person. So that's fine. And to me, there's no point in being obsessed about people, because as the Quran says, look, tilka ummatun qad khalat. These are nations that have gone. Laha ma kasabat wa lakum ma kasabtum. They have, whatever they put forward, they received. Whatever you put forward, you will receive. Like, don't be this. So this is not about me trying to attack Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab or Ibn Taymiyyah or Jalaluddin al-Suyuti or Ibn Hajj al-Asqalani. Most scholars in Islam have contributed to the legacy of Islam. But some of them, many of them, okay, let's back that up. They're all humans. So they've all made mistakes. You're making mistakes. I'm making mistakes. We're all making mistakes. Some more than others, and some more grave than others. And it may be that their grave mistakes were just one-offs. TK, we're not here to judge them. I'm not here to say Ibn Hajar was I personally, as a scholar, for his efforts and his things, Ibn Hajar was a great person. I love reading his stuff at times. I love Jalaluddin Suyuti's stuff is great. I mean, his stuff speaking at times about the love for the Prophet ﷺ is great and amazing. His love for the parents of the Prophet ﷺ. He has a book that the parents of the Prophet, anybody who says anything bad about them is unacceptable, showing his love for the Prophet ﷺ. These people love the Prophet. I'm not saying that but on this point, we always defend the Prophet, the honor of the Prophet ﷺ, above any individual. It doesn't matter if it's Ibn Hajar, it doesn't matter if it's Suyuti, it doesn't matter if it's Ibn Taymiyyah. They were wrong. Even if they had good intentions, they were wrong. Shaitan does not impersonate the voice of the Prophet. Shaitan does not put the words on the tongue of the Prophet. It's ridiculous. Utterly. وَمَا يَنْطِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ عَلَّمَهُ شَدِيدُ الْقُوَىٰ. So this is why this point is anchored into when I said my whole thing on Bukhari Gate as well, even though this hadith is not in Bukhari, but it's that same concept in saying, look, when you come across something that tries to sling mud on the character of the Prophet ﷺ, and it's in a book. This incident is not in the Quranic thing, Satanic Verses, not in Sahih Bukhari or in any of the Sahih books or any of the major books. But if you find an incident that is doing that, your loyalty is first and foremost with the Prophet ﷺ, not with this great muhaddith, great person he may be, maybe a great human being, but he's not the Prophet. You don't owe him any loyalty. Don't think tomorrow this muhaddith, this faqih, this scholar is going to be upset with me. I mean a classical scholar. Oh, but if I don't defend him, no, what on earth is that about? They couldn't care less. Imam Malik's famous statement. Somebody said something to Imam Malik, and even his own opinions, sometimes he would change his own opinions. People would sometimes say to him, look, well, what about you? You said this once, trying to catch him out. He said, because Imam Malik would, for a certain while, teach in the Prophet's mosque. He lived in Medina. He said, كُلٌّ يُؤْخَذْ وَيُرَدْ مِنْ قَوْلِهِ. That كُلٌّ يُؤْخَذْ مِنْ قَوْلِهِ وَيُرَدْ. Every single person you take from them and you leave from them. You accept and you reject at times. إِلَّا صَاحِبَ هَذَا الْقَبْرِ. And he points to the Prophet's tomb. He said, إِلَّا, except the one who rests here, the Prophet ﷺ. Nobody else. Everybody else we respect. Ala ra'si wal ayn. Sar aankhon pe we can love them. We don't need to be disrespectful. Look, I said this before, I accept even delivery. I accept that my way of saying things in the past, I've tried to emphasize this message that the honor of the Prophet always comes first. I think that I've been mistaken in the way I've said it. Maybe it's made people react to me saying it and they've doubled down. And so we're all learning. This is a journey. We're all on it. We're all on the same thing. It's our own journey, but we're all on the same path. It is the honor of the Prophet ﷺ. It is not up for question. It is not something that, if we had to choose between a muhaddith or a great imam or any imam, Imam Malik, Imam Abu Hanifa, people like Imam Malik and Abu Hanifa were from the very early Islam. They were never in these kind of controversies. They had the utmost love for the Prophet. Imam Malik wouldn't, in the inner part of Medina, he would never wear shoes in that part of Medina. He said that this is where the Prophet ﷺ, his foot had set, he had walked on these streets, on this soil. That he refused to ride a horse or whether it was a mule or anything inside the inner part of Medina. He said, no, I won't do it. This is where the Prophet walked, out of love for the Prophet ﷺ. So when we see these things, this is just a reminder. Okay, I really wanted to cover it because of why it was relevant. The whole Satanic Verses. What is it? An overview of Salman Rushdie. Not any to him, but to because the name is actually not his surname, as I mentioned, is actually an affiliation decided by his father to the great Maliki scholar Ibn Rushd. So an overview of him, a psychoanalysis on why he may have authored that book, his lifestyle, his way of thinking, what his book was about, the kind of characters, the novel, why it was blasphemous. We covered that. It wasn't just that he was critiquing Islam. He has the right to critique Islam. Any person who doesn't accept Islam or believe in Islam or anything, if you don't believe in something, you have the right to critique it. But let's not conflate that with, I just have a free license to insult you. I can just swear at you. I can just call your mum this and this and this and this, just because I have the right to wag my tongue and I have the ability to do it. That's not how human societies are built. People say, "Oh, the human society, this is democracy." No, it isn't. Democracy is showing people courtesy, that they get a choice in things. You see, just coming out, just saying democracy is my right to just swear at people and insult them. No, it isn't. That's a very twisted way of looking at it. But then, what were these satanic verses in Arabic called gharaniq? Okay, hadithul gharaniq. So we looked at that. We looked at where, first of all, how these were utterly false, and they were a story that was scaffolded. It was on the base of an incident of Suratul Najm where everybody in the haram prostrates. And the question was, why did they do that? So some later people gave an explanation. This Mufassirin start to attach it to this verse of the Quran, which we covered in the beginning, about the verse being that it's nothing about that. The verse is a general verse and it gives meaning, it gives strength to people. It reminds us that, look, sometimes when we have certain wishes, some wishes can derail us. Some wishes we need to focus always on the present and the future, and we gain strength from that. So we had taken a look at verse 52 from Suratul Hajj, and some Mufassirin, just so their trade sells, they had started putting this in. But Tabari, even though he put it in, but he mentions at the end, all these are batila. Before him, the Muhaddith, or around his time, his kind of era, in the 300s, you've got Ibn Khuzaymah mentioning it's absolutely utterly fabricated from people, zanadiqa. Then you've got Qadi Abu Bakr ibn Arabi, Qadi Iyad. You've got we showed many people, Fakhruddin al-Razi, many people showing this is utterly unacceptable, it's disrespectful, it's blasphemous, it's haram, it's la yajuz. They said al-qawl biha, you can't say this kind of stuff. But yes, you had some people who were so committed to the Isnad project of chain that they felt you can't just dismiss any chains, even if they're weak, because they invested in the project, like Ibn Hajar, and after him Suyuti, and you also had Ibn Taymiyyah. Now, they said, well, in that case, we're going to say this has some basis, which was actually incoherent, because even by their principles, by the way, the Shafi'is do not accept mursal riwayah. So the riwayat that are not connected at the end, they don't accept them as sahih. So for him to say that, but I suppose he's saying that, well, I accept they're all weak, but because there's several, we're going to say it has a basis. But if it has a basis, are you going to say, well, it has some basis based on, okay, these people prostrated, we don't know why? Or you're saying, well, no, this incident actually happened. And then they start justifying that, which was absolutely unwarranted. But they did it, but that's fine. I mean, okay, it's not fine, but it's them. And we don't need to blindly follow them. They did it, they were wrong. And you've got clear explanations, got lengthy. Anybody who wants to read can read Abu Bakr ibn Arabi in his Ahkam. Detailed explanation. I advise you for further reading. You can read the Shifa, this section of Qadi Iyad's, which he cites, is very similar to Abu Bakr ibn Arabi. If you want a very good and more recent several books. Albani's book on this is actually really fascinating because he's bringing all these people. He brings Ibn Taymiyyah as well, and he brings Qadi Iyad, he brings Abu Bakr. He clearly shows that this is unacceptable. This is utterly unacceptable. We can't be saying things like this. So that's the summary of what this Hadithul Gharaniq is and the Satanic Verses. I hope, inshallah, for anyone that want to have a certain grasp on the topic, this has been helpful. Cool. Let's I am going to wrap this up. Shall I bring on a guest? Look, Jamal Raja says Abu Layth has too much swag. Hi, Gio, very Jan. Jamal Raja ji. Raja Sahab, you sound like a man of good judgment. Allah. So let's you know what, shall I bring Shukran? The reason I went on for so long was just I thought I don't know, maybe somebody will watch it and it could be of some help to someone someday that this topic is troubling. So yeah, it is. This is indeed a deep topic. It is. Shukran. Lanzetta, shukran, much love. As always, great breakdown. You know what? Okay, let's share a bit of the link. But shall we wrap this up a bit early then? I'm a bit exhausted today. I've had so much that went on today. Yeah. You know, यार चाय होनी चाहिए at this time. You know, I should have tea. Should be able to go chai. Oh God, born in the wrong era. I needed to be. That would be the life, huh? What's that? Garam chai ki pyali ho. फिर उसको पिलाने वाली हो, as Salman Khan said. Not today we covered a different Salman Khan, but I mean a Salman. But right, Kashmiri chai. Look at that. Kya baat hai yaar. Kashmiri chai. Hi, hi. Umar Sultan, much love. Allah bless you. Sultan, what an epic name. Sure. I can do something, a segment on Khatib al-Baghdadi's principles of criticizing hadith. Yeah, this cake rusk. Let's share. Oh, we've got Wilkinson. Yeah, salam. Let me share the link. Where's my earphones? I've shared the link. Greetings from Kuwait. All right. Ahlan wa sahlan. I need to connect this one. Espérame, por favor. Let me just. Where's the Bluetooth? Actually, you know what? I've got to set up my other mic. I've got a better mic now. This is a good mic, by the way, but I've got one that's meant to be better. It's meant to, so I've got to set that up. Right, let me connect. Here it is. Is it connected? Just check here in settings. Play the. It is. I just heard it go beep. Awesome. We've got. You know what? We've got Ashiqur Rahman. Just come on. A regular. Let's bring up Ashiqur Rahman. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, Mufti. How are you?
I'm good, yaar. Kaise ho, yaar, Ashiqur Rahman?
How are you doing, Mufti?
हम अगर इश्क ना करते तो हुकूमत करते. As the poet says, you know, if we didn't do love, then we would do government. Huh? This is that's the situation. हम अगर
it
इश्क ना
took all the
करते तो
time.
हुकूमत करते. Yeah, it just preoccupied us. Or इश्क ने हम निकम्मा कर दिया गालिब. That's what he's building on, this poet, when he's saying that it's
वरना
basically
तुम भी थे बड़े काम के.
"Warna hum bhi aadmi the kaam ke." He's trying to say that because of love, I've become useless. And this poet's building on that. He's saying that, you know, if we hadn't fallen in love or done love, then we would have ended up ruling the world. But it made us useless. This is so from ishq you get ashik, from ashik you get ashik or rahman.
Yeah,
Right?
I once told my friend a poem that I made it up. Like,
यार हाँ किसी से कम है आप किसी प्लीज इरशाद इरशाद
मैं निकम्मा तेरे प्यार में कमीना.
मैं निकम्मा तेरे प्यार
तेरे
में
प्यार में कमीना.
कमी ना हो.
Yeah.
क्या बात है. So how what's preoccupying your thoughts? What would you like to, any thoughts, any words you'd like to share with us, Ashik or Rahman?
Last, I wanna talk about, like, I'm just all over my place. Just come to
यार
home
क्या
few minutes ago.
what a stylish bottle. यार ये क्या
Yeah.
ये हो क्या रहा है यार? What's happening? You see, the Lord gives, huh? So yeah, so okay, well we'll try to keep it quite brief because there's a few people jumped on and I'll bring them on, and I did want to wrap up relatively soon. So if there's something you'd like to share, I was just reading some of the comments.
Yeah. So I heard a lecture of Jordan Peterson few days
sure.
back. So he was telling about dreams. Like, he said that when you see a dream, we like become observer. Like, we see our dream as an observer, but it is also happening to us at the same time. Like,
Say that. So we observe the dream and it's happening to us at the
like
same time.
when we see a dream about us, that we are in a place where we're in an environment, and at the same time we are observant of us. Like, we see ourselves from the outside, yet we are the actual story of the dream. Like, so he was telling, like, how
That's
does it make
interesting.
sense? How does it make sense? Like, how do we become a story and also become the observer at the same time?
وَشَاهِدٍ وَمَشْهُودٍ. Allah. See, Allah
Like,
takes an oath by it. That's so. I never thought of it like that, the dream thing, but yeah. Wow,
like,
that's profound.
When he said it, it just clicked instantly. Like, yeah.
Wow, I'm glad you shared that. That's actually really hard hitting, actually.
Is it consciousness at a unknowing level? Like,
yeah, I guess
unknowingly we experience it for a.
Like, okay, so here's one way of looking at it. What if consciousness, as several people, including Aldous Huxley and other people, and certain psychologists see this. Let's say consciousness is the ruh that the body is tapping into. Yeah. So the brain, what if the brain is, apart from just it's tapping into consciousness, like how a phone taps into reception or Wi-Fi, but it's not just tapping into it. Consciousness is that powerful that it's a reductionist valve. So it has to, it's like, imagine you've got a powerful stream of water coming and you've got this hose on it, like that's only allowing in a certain amount that makes sense for us. because the certain amount allows us to survive in this world. Now, the brain, let's say it's this functionality as a reductionist valve. It enhances, it creates, it bolsters the sense of the ego, and thereby it diminishes a sense of oneness with being. So this non-duality, and that's important. Why in this realm, in this lahu, in this dunya of the la'ibun wa lahu, why is that important? Because insan has to survive. To survive, he will hunt. To survive, he will have to do things, which if he's at one with the universe, that kind of he won't want to do those things. So being in a state of the bolstered ego, it boosts our survival ability and it maximizes our survival in this la'ibun wallahu, in this game and distraction. This, as Allah calls this world, that's what we're in, this kind of almost like a simulation realm, which is a game. So in this, what if now at certain times, like let's say when we sleep, maybe a tiny bit of that consciousness valve is kind of altered, it's loosened a slight amount. So it's like maybe what comes in is a bit more. And so it's like the tap is almost slightly loosened. And some things, some medicines, some plants, not sacred medicines, some plants like mushrooms, DMT, these things, when they get in the brain, they loosen our grip on the ruh, on consciousness. So what it does is we experience things that we normally can't experience. So that's, I mean, like that's a way, a perspective. Allahu A'lam, but it's a way of looking at things. It makes a lot of sense, I tell you. Obviously, it's hard to say what is, which is the, but this is, I think it's a very strong explanation.
Dream is very interesting because sometimes, when it is so real that we actually sometimes feel pain, or like we are drowning, we are falling from the very like it is so real that
and I tell you what's interesting is a dream. You see, a dream is not always very real. Sometimes it can feel real.
Sometimes
often we can know that, sometimes we can tell that, oh, it was just a dream. Sometimes it feels so real that we mistake it for a memory. Sometimes you have done something in a dream and you think you might think, oh, but I put this here, but you didn't. It was just in a dream you did it. And I know this happened to me in the past. I've thought, oh no, I remember putting the. I'm not even. I remember I'm not even in that country. How do I put it? It's like I remember having a few dreams like that in the past. It's.
I once had a dream about that. Everyone knows my secrets. Not everyone, like few members of.
Oh,
it was horrible.
A man like you, I was about to say, you probably just got nice secrets. Then you're like.
It was horrible for a
wow, that's a nightmare.
I was like, what the hell?
What's fascinating though is, with psychedelics, that people feel was more real than real. It's really weird how they all describe it, and they don't describe it like a dream. They don't say it's a dream. They say, we know what a dream is. This wasn't a dream. It's just weird. These things are really fascinating discussions, though. I do. Somebody said, I hate when I wake up in the middle of right. They said in the middle of a wet dream. That's right. Yeah. Good sharam karo. Yeah, sharam karo. Kya baat kar rahe ho? Right. So yeah. So Ashik G, let's that's all for today. I've got to get through some of these other calls, but it's been epic. I really appreciate you sharing that with me. Much love. Stay blessed. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. People, that's Ashik Rahman. somebody so ahead of his time for of his peers. It just, wow, that the profundity of thought in such a young man. I can only imagine. I can't even imagine. That where would this man be in 20 years from today in his thought? Wow. We've got somebody called Sadid. Right, 1 second. Sadid. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Alaikum salam. I'm good.
Can you
Sadid,
hear
where are
me?
you joining us from?
I'm joining. Actually, I'm from Bangladesh,
Wow.
but I am joining you from Malaysia.
You're joining us from Malaysia. International person, Sadid.
No, not at all. But Mufti, really, I thank you for giving me your time. And actually, I follow your videos for such a long time. And today I've had the privilege to, had some words with you. I had because you are, in my understanding, the most rationally understood Mufti, because you were factually correct. That's what I have found. And today I meet you, one to one. Like, I have the opportunity to ask you some questions, some confusions.
Allah bless you. Allah bless you.
Really, really.
Sadid.
Thank you, brother. And thank you, Mufti. And I have some questions. I study the Quran. I read translations. Okay. And the problem is, some of my friends, they are atheists. They trouble me asking some questions. Sorry to bother you. Like, it might kind of waste your time. Like, you can make a video on this topic later on, if not now.
It's not a waste of our time, but yeah, sure, of course, go, please.
I'd like to drop some questions to you. Maybe you you can make the video later on. I don't need it exactly now, but my friends, they because I read Quran, I read the translations, and I'm a firm believer in Islam. And some of my friends, they're atheists, they trouble me with these questions. They tell me, why is Mary called the sister of Harun? I told them that there is a hadith. Prophet Muhammad already clarified it at his time, that the people living in the time used to name their children after the pious people who once lived among that tribe. So they say, no, hadith is it's a mix of true and it's a mix of truth and falsehood. So it's not kind of. And I told them that there is a verse in the Quran that Abraham, Noah, and family of Imran, these families are descendants of each other. But then again, they asked me new questions. I told them, but they said, no, this is not convincible. I asked, why is it not convincible? They told me that Maryam, the mother of Jesus, her father's name was Imran. And the Miriam, the sister of Moses, her father's name was also Imran. And here, some people call mother of Jesus as sister of Harun. So one woman have similar family names, like I'm John, my brother's name is Max, and my father's name is Peter. And there is another John, her brother name is Max, and his brother's name is Max, and his father's name is Peter. How can two persons have identical family names in terms of father and brother? Then they told me, don't you think it's kind of weird thing? So I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to find, because they don't accept hadith and all this traditional writing. So I am trying to.
Sure. No. I'll share some thoughts, inshallah.
Yeah, you can make a video on this later.
No. I'll share it. Right. So look.
Thank you. Sorry, Mufti, I'm not.
No.
They trouble me.
No, of course, no. This is sure. It's a great question.
Yeah.
Look, I want to say that.
1 minute, Mufti. The problem is, how can two people have like the brother's name is same and father's name is same? So how can that? Is it a coincidence, or Prophet Muhammad heard stories, or is it really a mistake, a copy from Bible? So this is the main question.
Sure, it's great question. Sure. Look, one thing I want to say, when we approach something, this is for the friends, or this is for people who are legitimately asking these questions. Let's not approach it all of it. Let's approach it with applied common sense for whatever it is we're discussing. Yeah, for whatever it is. Like, I'll give you an example. Now, and we'll come to this one, but I'll give you another example that I got into a discussion with someone who said to me, the that وَالسَّمَاءِ وَالطَّارِقِ. Now, but Allah is saying in the Quran that they're claiming that Allah is saying that about insan, what is it? يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب. That insan is خلق من ماء دافق. He's made from a water that jumps, sperm. يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب. So يخرج. Now يخرج can mean it comes out. It can mean he comes out. Okay. So because يخرج has the pronoun in it, he or it, third person in it. So just as if I said, like هو يخرج الآن من الغرفة, he's coming out of the room right now. يخرج. So I said, is this يخرج? Is it saying what is the pronoun speaking about? Is it speaking about the child, or is it speaking about the sperm? So they said, well, it's speaking about the sperm. I said, well, okay, well, why can it not be speaking about the child? That the child comes from between these, like the hard place and the soft place. So they said, well, no, we think it means the sperm. No, you can't say this. And I said, no, but it's not. I'm not changing. I'm using the actual same word. I'm not adding a word. The word means this, does it not? So they said, yeah. So I said, okay, pause. I haven't added anything. I'm saying, because it's speaking about insan. Insan is made min ma'in dafiq, from sperm that is kind of ejaculating. He or it comes out from between the hard place and the kind of soft. يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب, the kind of comforting, or the place. Okay, could be why is it not talking about the insan? Because that's where the baby comes from. No, it's talking about the sperm. I said, okay, you and I, but this word means it covers both, does it not? It does. Okay, so this is one potential. This is one potential that is referring to the insan. Sure, let's go with your potential. It's referring to sperm. Fine. Okay. I want to ask you something? I said this. Look, I want to ask you something. Did the Arabs not know that the testes produce sperm? Did they not know this? They practiced, the hadith teach you that they used to practice castration. The Arabs did. They used to, so that the animal, so there's several hadith describing that the Arabs what they used to do to the horse's testes so it doesn't reproduce. So they would neuter the horse. So it castrate the horse. So it doesn't have any children. It doesn't obviously go on. They would do this with animals. Certain people used to do this to slaves. Did they not used to know that the testicles produce, on their battlefields, had they not cut up people so many times, did they not know this very basic thing that the sperm is coming out of the testes, is coming out of, it's linked to this? That the fact that they would do, like they describe raddul khusyatain, that they would do a certain, I'm not saying this isn't the Prophet, but the Arabs in the time, it comes in the hadith, used to do this with the horse. They would bruise the testicles of the horse and castrate it. Radul khusyatain. They would do this. You had several, a khasi. A khasi is they would often describe certain slaves that were khasi, that they had their testicles missing and they couldn't reproduce. This is all in that same literature. They know that the testicles produce sperm. So okay, let's go with it. So the hadith, let's say this verse, first of all, the verse is going back to insan. But even if you say, look, the sperm comes from a place like this, it's literary language. It's like a literary expression, because everybody there knows how sperm works. They all knew. They used to castrate. People in that society used to do these things. So why is it that so I said to the person, look, why is it you approach them as though they had zero knowledge of the world? They used to have, they lived in nature. So sure, they may not have had the technical, like, oh, this is the name for this vein going in here and this, but they had seen these things. Maybe they had a different name, and it was slightly less developed than today, the super technical development of medical science. but they understood basic things. So now you could say, oh, they didn't understand DNA and stuff like that, but they had a very basic understanding. They did understand at the primordial sense what was going on. So when you approach this, it's like if I said, look, like imagine I said, look, somebody came into this room and I said, well, oh wow, you know, you this person is a sight for sore eyes. And you say, well, okay. So people now 500 years later get my words and they say, oh, well, this guy clearly didn't know how ophthalmology worked and didn't know the eye. He thought maybe by looking at something, it would soothe his eyes. No, well, obviously, you would know that. So it's language. So, okay, now just my point of saying that is we have to keep common sense, contextualized common sense, contextualized information in our assessment. Now, let's go to the story of Mary. Did the Jews, the Arabs, did they not know of Moses? They did. They'd heard of Moses. People had heard of Moses. Did they not know that Mary and Jesus were from the Israelites? They were from Bani Israel, who come later on. Everybody knew that. They knew there's a huge gap. So to say that, oh, well, I know there's a big difference because Jesus is following the law of Moses from much earlier, that the law has changed in Jesus's time. And Jesus comes, says, he says, وَلِأُحِلَّ لَكُمْ بَعْضَ الَّذِي حُرِّمَ عَلَيْكُمْ وَجِئْتُ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيَّ. I've come to affirm that which went long before me, the law of Moses. So how could Moses' brother be his uncle? Like the story tells you, they know this, like because they're citing it in different places. Bani Israel, yeah, Bani Israel. Have you forgotten about when Moses said this and when this happened with the Israelites? And it's in the Quran. They had, it's to say the Prophet never knew. It's in the Quran. He's speaking of these stories. So once we know that, it's impossible that the Prophet thought Moses was alive in Jesus's time. That doesn't make any sense. That's all the stories of Moses are in the Quran. So now, okay, we have this passage, this verse saying, Ya ukhta Harun. So now we could understand, well, okay, we know that they knew as a fact that Moses was much before Jesus. What does this mean, Ya ukhta Harun? Why is it? It's definitely not Harun alive then, because that doesn't make any sense. So what many people say is that that's because was she from the Levi tribe, the Levites? Because the legal tribe, the kind of they trace their lineage to Harun. So the kind of jurists, the fuqaha amongst Bani Israel, the Levi or the Levi kind of tribe, they trace that back through Harun, through Aaron, not through it's not through Moses. So that tribe that is affiliated from the tribes of Bani Israel. So, and they were the fuqaha, they were the kind of so you had the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Now the thing was that, and obviously, and you've got the Levites. So the question was that, so what many ulama have said is that she was from that tribe, that descendant. So when they're saying Ya Ukhta Harun, it's because of that tribal affiliation. Because they all ultimately Bani Israel, but then some are from this tribe, some are from that. One thing we know as a fact is nobody thought Musa was alive in Jesus's time. Nobody thought that. The Arabs did not think that. The Prophet clearly didn't think that because it's in the Quran when Moses was alive and Harun. So to say he thought, oh, but Harun was alive, 1,500 years later in Jerusalem or in the time of Isa alayhi salam is absurd. Nobody would have thought that. So sure, now you could have at it with a different interpretation. Somebody could say, well, maybe she's called Ya Ukhta Harun for some other reason. The most common sense one does seem that the tribe of the kind of Jewish tribe of Bani Israel are trace their lineage usually to Harun alayhi salam, and people say that Maryam was from that lineage. So Allahu A'lam, but that seems like a very plausible answer. But I hope that helps, Sadid.
I already.
Yeah. The main takeaway there is always apply contextual data. Like, what would these people already know? Like, they already know certain things. So there's no point saying, it's like, did the Arabs know what sand was? Of course, they lived in the desert. So if you had some sentence where they're saying something about sand, like, what is sand? Then what isn't the correct answer is they never knew what sand is. Maybe it's a rhetorical question, maybe it's a metaphorical question, maybe it's something, because they definitely knew what sand was. They lived in a desert. So always apply contextualized data. Yeah. So
but how about the Maryam alayhi salam? Her father's name was Imran according to Quran, and the Bible also says that Miriam, her father's name was Amram, which in Hebrew is translated to Arabic, comes to Imran.
Imran.
So the strange thing is, like, both women have their fathers having the same names. So that's where the confusion.
So that's not a confusion, because
according to some of the critics, not me actually.
But the critics are just being stupid, because look, they're not applying common sense. Like, they're being, oh, look, the same name. Why did they say this? Oh, so the prophet thought Moses was alive walking with Jesus. That's dumb. Like, nobody thinks that. Like, come on, wait a minute. Are you hearing yourself? Like, if you ask them, okay, let me get this right. You're saying that the Arabs thought Moses and Jesus lived at the same time. The Quran itself is telling the story of Moses much before they come back to the Holy Land. They live in Egypt. It's telling you the story of Egypt. This is much after he is with the early Israelites. This is much later. Jesus is saying, I've come to correct all that which, went much before me, and you guys have corrupted some of it, and you've missed the mark. And so I think it's so stupid. Like, I think they haven't thought their question through. I think what's happened is they've got excited thinking I think I've caught a mistake. And they got so excited that they're not actually thinking the question through. That, wait a minute, what are we actually asking? Do we think that, even, I bet you if you ask them, do you think that the Arabs thought that Moses lived with Jesus in the same time in Jerusalem or in Nazareth? They would say, no, I don't think that. Nobody thinks that. That's like a silly question, but they're not framing it from that way. They're framing, oh, I think I caught a mistake. But no, but everybody knows that, so it can't mean that. So once you reframe it, you realize, it's a method of elimination. So you realize, oh, well, it can't mean that then. But what else could it mean? Well, maybe it could mean, like you're saying, that there's similarities. So people used to just call her that. Like, sometimes people just call you something because there's some similarity, and that does happen quite a bit as well. People culturally might say something, they give you a name because you resemble something which somebody else resembled or they had, even though there's no actual link to you. But or it could be that there's the tribal lineage of she's from the descendants of Harun alayhi salam. So they call people from that, Ya Ukhta Harun, Ya Akha Harun. Maybe they're linking them to the Levi kind of tribe. It could be, but whatever it is, it definitely isn't that. It isn't that they thought Moses lived and hung out with Jesus. Nobody thought that. That's just like, everybody knows that. That's just absurd to even ask. But yeah, shukran for the question.
Yeah, but still, the father question, I mean, how do you justify that both women had their fathers having the same name? That's
I don't understand. What's the problem with having the same name?
No problem, but I mean, because this Maryam, Jesus, mother of Jesus, she was called the sister of Harun alayhi salam.
Yeah.
And let's say that's in a tribal sense. That's
sure,
how
sure.
they might have.
But her father is Imran. Yeah, okay.
Imran is similar to Amram of who was he was the father of Moses and Harun. So this name, the father's name could have been different, but father's name is also the same.
Sure. So look, first of all, so there's a number of things. Okay, we'll wrap it with this. Yeah, we'll wrap it up with this. There's a number of things. First of all, people having similar names of the same tradition is not like these are very like, let's say a name like Jesus, for example, Yeshua was very common in Jesus's time. He wasn't like exceptional to have the name Yeshua or Jesus or Eshua or however Isa, however we want to say. It was like many people have had that name. It's not something so if there is a similarity in name, it's first of all because these names were common. Secondly, there is a question as well, that what was Moses' father's name? So this is another question, because some people have argued, like there's a theory, okay, that theory is that now this is one positive theory, that okay, Imran or Amram is not actually Amram, but it's as in it's going back to Amana, the kingdom, which was set up. Like people who said that there was a great similarity between Moses and Akhenaten. So they argued that people who argued, let's say, they were the same individual. Now they say that Akhenaten, when he leaves the city of the Pharaoh, the main city, goes and builds a little settlement where they stay. Now that becomes known as Amana, as in that now, but it would have been Amran, because they wouldn't have vowels. So, however, it's going to be Imran, Umran, Amran, but it's just going to be Amaran. Like this is it. Now, some people say, well, this name was given to it later on, the Amana thing, but it was the kingdom of Amana. It was that, and so one theory is, well, that's the name of the place. So he gets called by this place, and this later people assume to be his lineage, like as in because he's called the one of Amran, and people say, well, that's actually Imran, and this becomes a name. And so people then in coming generations have this name. That's also a theory. I'm not saying I don't know. Like obviously these things are impossible to verify for us now until we find more some kind of archaeological unveiling. But so far, the Amana kingdom, it's very interesting. I found that very fascinating, that the Amana kingdom and then Imran and the kind of overlap. Once again, some people have said that, look, Amram isn't Imran, that there's a significant difference. But there's some similarity. One could say Amram, Amran. It seems a bit similar, you know. But there have been people said these are separate names as well. So look, all of this, it's either way. It's sure, you know, it's a question, but I don't think it's something so like wow. To me, it's like okay, let's go with the fact it was his name, it was his father's name. And somebody else had this name, but I'm assuming these are common names then within the Jewish, within the Israelia, within you know the kind of Bani Israel. So yeah, cool. Let's wrap this up. Right. Okay. I was just seeing a comment. Somebody else said as well. Look, sister of Aaron is expression for descendant, right? So yeah, it could be. That's how I kind of see it as well. But cool. Somebody else said as well, Amram isn't Imran. Sure. But okay, let's Sadeed, shukran yar.
Thank you very much.
Jazakallah for coming on and really
Thank
engaging
you.
us. Much
Next
love.
time you, sorry I trouble you today. Please forgive me. But next time you add me, I will not trouble you. I will come with maybe like
no,
just.
Yeah, this isn't trouble. No, this is interesting. No, I want people to ask questions because it helps other people. So
yeah,
I forgot to say about your name. It's not a bother. Don't be silly. It's not a bother. I take it the name is Shadid. Is it Shadid?
Yeah.
in Arabic, but it's written as Sadid. Or is it Sadid? Is it meant
Yeah,
to be
it's Sadid.
Sadid?
That's how I spell it. Actually, I came from a Bengali background. We don't know that. I don't
But it
even
could be
not sure.
Sadid. Sadid. You see, Shadid is like strong. Sadid is like something which is on point. You know, like as the poet says, like he says, فَيَا عَجَبًا لِمَنْ رَبَّيْتُ طِفْلًا أُلَقِّمُهُ بِأَطْرَافِ الْبَنَانِ. He says that, this is that typical, the desi bewafa olad kind of one. The olad turns out bewafa. He says, "Ya ajaban liman rabbaytu tiflan." I brought him up as a little baby. ألقمه بأطراف البنان. I used to feed him with my fingertips. أعلمه الرماية كل يوم. I used to teach him how to use a bow and an arrow. فلما استد, and this استد is from sadid. It's like, and when his فلما استد ساعده, when his forearm became on point and accurate, Ramani, he shot me. يا بيوفا ها بيوفا أولاد. So Sadid, shukran, barakallah
Thank you.
feek,
Please,
much
please
love.
hold more chat sessions so I can join and learn from you.
Shukran, you're more than
My
welcome. Drop me a
beloved
message
Mufti.
on Instagram and I'll look out for your profile and we'll stay in touch.
Yeah. My name is Habib Isadid. Okay.
Sure. I'll
Habib
look out
Isadid.
for
I will
drop me a message.
comment in your Instagram
Sure.
and also
I'll
I will
watch.
try to join you next time. Thank you very much, and thank you
Mashallah.
so much for having the patience to answer my
You're very
questions.
welcome here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Allah bless you. People, that was Sadid from Malaysia, but who, from Bangladesh, but who lives in Malaysia currently. Right, okay. What's this? Somebody said, قولوا قولا سديدا. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Like on point. Something that hits the... Right, we've got Ahmed Sultan. Let's bring him on. Ahmed Sultan. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, Mufti.
How are you doing? Yeah, Ahmed.
I'm doing pretty well.
Where are you joining us from?
From Canada, actually.
From Canada. All right. I was just seeing, I just saw your comment here as well. All right, joining us from Canada. Doing it.
I wanted to say first, yeah, Mufti, I've been watching you for years and years and years, ever since I was like 14 or so.
No way.
Yeah.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 17 now.
Oh, 17. MashaAllah. Hayyakallah.
Yeah.
Wa baraka feek. So talk to us, Ahmed. What's preoccupying your precious thoughts?
Well, right now, the one thing that's really on my mind these days is
Sure.
the impact of like the Aristotelian and Neoplatonic views on Islam. Like, early on we had people like Abu Ma'shar and Jabir who would take a bunch of Hermetic texts and pretty much include them in our doctrine and theology. And I was wondering, is that more an example of like syncretic Islam, or is this something that is genuinely like well-founded in our religion?
Wow, what do they give you to eat and drink in Canada? Yeah, it's producing such great minds at such young ages. It's like I need to import some of that water or whatever it is that you guys. Wow, at the age of 17, you're doing it. I'm impressed. MashaAllah.
No, it's just because I've been watching your videos.
Yeah, and I've not been discussing these things in that like that. It goes to show your passion and even your question. I just saw in the comment you'd sent in the private chat. It said on Hermes. Yep. Wow, Christ Majestus. All right, in Islam. Wow. See, look at all of these questions. That's what a question. Right. So about the Neoplatonism and Aristotelian thought, and I think these things came to people like as science, because these things were almost a scientific way, if we could say, of looking at things, whether it was looking at ideas or whether it was looking at the world, whether it was looking at, you have to remember, as this stuff got translated, it got brought into the Muslim world, it was very impressive for people who were intellectually inclined in that sense. They saw it as wow, because now we take things for granted because the world has moved on and science has caught up and excelled and philosophy has kind of excelled and all these things have. So to us, it's like, well, but going back in time, these things would have been very awe-striking. That wow, to be able to kind of narrow things down, look at them analytically, divide things, have categories for everything, be very so, but your question was, sorry, more about theology, was it?
Yeah, so like I know early on we had like, for example, Ibn Nadim or Abu Ma'shar, right?
Yeah.
They they tended to just kind of accept all of the Aristotelian thought, like specifically the Aristotelian thought as Islamic, and they went so far as to say that, you know, or even Hermetic thought, for example, Hermes was Sayyidina Idris, right?
Idris, yeah. I was going to say, with your question, that's what certain ulama had felt, and they equated him equally to Thoth from the Egyptian kind of thing, as and they saw maybe these people, because Idris alayhi salam, it's really, it seems like some kind of Greek rendition of the name Idris. It doesn't have to be, but the kind of is at the end. But I suppose it doesn't have to be, but it's very obscure, anything about Idris alayhi salam, because the understanding is he's pre-Noahite. Yeah, so he's like before Nuh alayhi salam. And so the question is, well, okay, so who was he? And to some people, he's, you know, the person who set out the pyramid and set out the infrastructure for the great, you know, empires of Egypt to come. And he's the first who taught it how to write, or he made inscriptions, and he's the first to. So, but there's a huge mystery. There's a lot to do with him being the first in conveying knowledge through somehow the pen. A lot of Muslim scholars have felt that he may have been the first person to introduce this, but he's long before the Great Flood.
Yeah.
And so who is this person? And the Quran doesn't mention much about him at all, except, you know, rafa'nahu, like this, he had this, you know, makanan aliyya, this kind of elevator. And then people say, was he Enoch of the kind of the biblical apocryphal tradition? Was he this person that was raised by God, and he was from way before Noah's time, and all this? So we just don't. The question is, we obviously there's no way of knowing anything, because like this, how could we ever find out? Because what could we unearth? What could we unearth that could give us some insight? It's because the only things we can unearth are, right, either science makes some breakthrough into something, which this doesn't seem to be that realm that science could make a breakthrough into that could unearth something, or the other thing is archaeological findings. And if this is something so old, then archaeological findings seem very difficult about an individual. Sure, maybe about an era, but nothing about his era is mentioned. So it's like, well, okay. If we take, let's say, I'm inclined to believe, okay, not I'm inclined, I do. This is where here's where I'm at with the Great Flood. I feel the Great Flood was the Younger Dryas, the kind of that mini ice age that occurred. So it's going what, just before 10,500 years ago. So that so when we came out of the ice age, I think about 14,000 years ago started to come out, then maybe 14, 13, 13 and a half or something. And then I think by about 12,000 years ago, so about 10,000 BC, about 10,500 BC, or about 12,500 years ago, the Earth, for some reason, it suddenly goes back into a mini ice age, like unexpected. So first of all, it's going according to its kind of pattern. The ice age takes thousands of years. It does. But then suddenly Earth is kind of catapulted back into a mini ice age that lasts about 1,500 years, where there's huge kind of flooding that takes place. We know much of land, certain parts of the globe do go, certain lands do go underwater. We know that there's still alleged living memory through the oral tradition. There's a great book, The Edge of Memory, which is a study on the oral tradition, oral memory. And it shows where people still have certain memories passed down collectively that date, speaking of certain lands, that are actually there. We know now through obviously satellite footage and geographical awareness, that they wouldn't know, like 100 years ago, they wouldn't know. But they have this through tradition passed down that there used to be land there, then it got drowned. And they're right in many of the occasions. And that land, we know through now mathematical kind of surveying that it was in the Younger Dryas that it gets flooded. And the Bering Strait is another example of that appears in some of the Ottoman maps. And it was Graham Hancock's got a lot of great stuff on this and how it was submerged about 10,500 years ago. So if we go with Nuh alayhi salam, this is the era of the Younger Dryas kind of thing. So, okay, so we're talking arguably that Idris, whoever this prophet alayhi salam is, he's pre that. So he must be from either the warming, the ice age prior to the mini Dryas ice age. So it's like, wow, how do we even? And what's fascinating is the Sphinx, because the water damage that it has on its kind of upper surface is dated to we're talking almost 20,000 years ago, if not more. So when that part of Egypt and would have been plunged underwater. So, and this finding that was made, that this appears to be water damage, was mocked for so long. And Graham Hancock speaks about this. Other people speak about there's a book about the Sphinx mystery and the origin of the Sphinx or something. It's called. I've got it here somewhere. So it's I've forgotten the name of the first person who kind of postulates this, hypothesizes it, and he gets ridiculed and shunned out of the kind of archaeological kind of like fraternity, and he's discredited and his life is made into a misery. But now we're finding evidence to support this, like what is it, like Göbekli Tepe. So it's interesting. So I honestly just don't know how we would find out ever about an individual, because we'd need writing, and I don't know how we would get that. And even if we got it, we wouldn't be able to decipher it. Like, we've got writing now. We've got some, if we can call it writing, but inscriptions of the Indus Valley. So we have Indus Valley inscriptions, which may be anything from 6 to arguably 8,000 years old. Indecipherable. We don't know how to decipher them. And we're still awaiting the Rosetta Stone. We don't know how to crack this. So it's like, wow, even if we did get hold of, let's say we unearthed some inscription, how would we even the journey is just so, I mean, it's exciting, but I just don't know how. You see, there's certain theories that science could lead us to. So for example, there's a question, did Neanderthals speak? And you say, well, language isn't fossilized, so how could we ever tell? And well, true, but now we've realized that, well, okay, that the fox, what is it, the fox 2p gene, so is associated with language. And you see, it has a certain mutation to it. You see, it's shared with all species. With many species, it's shared, but it undergoes a mutation. We have it at a mutated. We have a mutated version of it, but we're the only ones that have that mutated version, and it's associated with language, with us. Now, the Neanderthals, it appears, have the same mutated version, which now is giving some theory that, okay, so maybe they had some kind of language. It may not have been as, and obviously the larynx was not as us, but it's kind of halfway. It's not quite like primates and monkeys or whatever, but it's kind of halfway. So maybe they had some kind of sounds and words, but just not as developed as us. So here science is giving breakthrough to something that could not have been fossilized. So you say, well, did Neanderthals speak? Well, there's no way of ever knowing. It's a lost mystery. Well, actually, the Genome Project is shedding light that actually, well, if they had this, but when it comes to individuals, how would we ever know? It's but I love the question, man. I'm glad you made my mind wondered. So as to the other thing on Aristotelian, I don't know. I don't know if I could have a definitive answer on why certain scholars held the Neoplatonism or even Aristotelian thought. Certain scholars, like they believed in the Uqul al-Ashara and the 10 intellects, as the whole Aristotelian thing, and Aristotle as well, some of them. But this thing of that the celestial bodies are also intellects, and there's the 10 intellects, and then there's the great intellect, Aqlul Awwal, but then there's the Aqlul Fa'al, and it's quite a strange theory when you think about it. These 10 intellects and God's kind of working is hierarchy in the hierarchy of intellects. And although they don't say Allah is the first intellect, but they say from him kind of comes this Aqlul Fa'al, which from it comes the Aqlul Awwal, then the Aqlul Thani, then the Aqlul blah 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 blah. And I see some could say, well, other Muslims do it in a similar way. Like, let's say in the mystics would say, well, first comes this essence. Allah brings it into being, which, let's say, Sufis call it Haqiqa Muhammadiyya or whatever they want to call it. But from this emanates something else. Then from that will be this, and then you'll get matter and so on and so forth. And some people may say, well, no, first emanates, we're going to call the first thing the pen. And then from the pen, it brings into existence other things by writing it. But here, writing doesn't have to be like writing, as in it brings it into existence somehow. Maybe these are all permutations of a very profound concept, which is difficult, almost ineffable. Like if you look at science saying, well, first there was, it's saying, well, okay, we're going to T1 just after nothing, and there's some kind of cosmic essence, some kind of cosmic dust or something, some cosmic reality, which then results in a Big Bang. And from energy emerges, you start to get, you get hydrogen, you start to get the forces start to break off, you'll have the strong force, the electromagnetic gravity right in the beginning, the four forces. Then matter emerges. And you see, so you're seeing this thing in a hierarchy going back to a kind of singularity. And it's okay. So, it's interesting that you've got, I guess, very different things being said, but maybe in some way trying to describe something almost non-describable, in a way, by using different words. I don't know. But Ahmed, it's been epic. Shukran. I really, honestly, I admire your kind of depth at such a young age, man. What are you're still at college, I take it, or high school in your case?
I just finished high school. I'm entering psychology. I'm doing a psych major.
Wow. Okay. You know what? You're gonna make serious waves, man. There's greatness ahead of you. Honestly, there's
You
greatness.
studied psych too, didn't you?
I do. I have a psychology degree as well. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I love psychology. So it is something, anything that can explain the human mind and human behavior. It's just fascinating.
Yeah.
We're such strange creatures. But shukran, Ahmed. Much love.
Assalamu
Allah
alaikum,
bless
Mufti.
you. Wa alaikum assalam. People, Ahmed Sultan from Canada. You know what? I don't know what you guys are being fed in Canada, but whatever it is, it's boosting that brain power. I'm envious. Why don't I get this kind of stuff? Why don't I get it now, let alone in my younger days? Guys, we've got two final guests, and then we've got to wrap this up. It's gone on way too long. Spreading kindness, and then we'll go on to Wilkins, our all right. Comrade will be coming to you shortly. So, spreading kindness, assalamu alaikum. It's muted right there. Your mic is muted. Yep, you're here.
Can you hear me?
Whoa, there's a lot of interference, but yeah. Oh, right. It's kind of yeah.
I'll come back.
Sure. Okay, let me remove you and then come back. Have you've got the link, yeah? So I'll remove you from the studio and then come back. Did you watch one of Mufti? Did you watch one of Graham Hancock's appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast and took it to run with? I have watched. I've watched a lot of. Yeah, I've watched a lot of stuff. Love from Antarctica. Huda Qadri, you're doing it. Well, much love to you two in Antarctica. Are you gonna are you dispelling the flat earthers theory? Because don't they say, well, nobody's allowed in Antarctica? All right, okay. Nope, we don't have him back. So let's bring on, and then we'll wrap. Oh, wait, there he is. Spreading kindness. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Can you hear me?
That's a lot better. All right.
Okay.
Spreading kindness, mashallah. What's your name, if you don't mind me asking? Where are you joining us from?
I'm from Canada. My name is Atta.
Atta, all right, mashallah. Wow, Canadians are doing it today. I'm really impressed with the caliber of there's just something. You guys are this you've got Ahmed Sultan has set the bar quite high as a Canadian, so you've got to leap up to
I don't think I could do that.
So tell us a bit about yourself, Atta. Then have you converted to Islam, or you?
I have. Yeah.
Okay, mashallah.
I'll keep it very brief because I know it's late for you. But I converted about 1.5 years ago. I came from a non-religious background, and then just from YouTube, I think like a lot of other people in this generation, I got introduced to Islam on YouTube. You know, the whole Dawah scene and everything, and then I converted, and it was amazing. I think, as some people have described, I went through a very high iman kind of phase. You know, I was very excited very passionate, learning every day and everything.
Yeah.
But then I hit this like brick wall, and a few months ago, and ever since then, I've been going through heavy doubts. But I just wanted to say that your channel and your kindness and your spirit and your reasoning has really like pushed me back to stay, or at least to keep trying. Because I mean, there were doubts from different angles, but some of it came from, I would say, intellectual doubts, but also a lot of it came from, some of like the lack of kindness or the lack of, empathy and humanity that I saw in some of the YouTube Dawa people. Only some of them, but seeing someone like you who uses a lot of reason and doesn't accept certain things that just sound absurd, even though it can be quite controversial for you. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate that, and yeah.
Shukran Ata, man. May Allah bless you. I do appreciate that, and it means a lot. It means a lot that any of my things have, that they've been helpful, and especially in your journey since you've come to Islam, and then found, let's say, whether there's speed bumps or hurdles along the way, and it's naturally these things are a struggle. I guess, in many ways, life itself is a journey, and faith is a journey as well. And it's so sometimes there's you see, when a person, even if they weren't Muslim and even if they were Muslim and they became practicing, or especially in your case where you embrace a faith, there comes with it this energy, and that energy runs with you. You don't need to run with it. It will run with you.
Yeah.
But the thing about that energy is it has a kind of temporality about it. It has it's not never ending. It comes for a certain set period. There will be a burnout.
Yes.
It's inevitable. And the problem is, what the hope is, let's put it like this, the hope is that with the energy, whilst it's in full swing, a person starts they start immersing themselves in a way that it doesn't have to be above their head, but in a way that maybe they learn things, maybe they start to live the faith in a way. It enhances them, it gives them some meaning. It's a bit like a kind of booster pack with a rocket, that it's taken it to orbit, and then now it's in orbit.
Yeah.
So when it drops, it's cool. The problem can be if when it loses that booster pack, that it's not in orbit. And so then there's turbulence, and it's like, well, okay, well, what do we do now? And so I think, alhamdulillah, that the fact that your innate nature recognizes compassion, kindness, that these things, this is what the entirety of Islam is nested on. That innama ya'murukum bil adli wal ihsan. This is it. Innama, in Arabic, only thing. In a nutshell, in a very reductionist manner, this verse of the Quran, that this is all really Allah is that Allah ya'murukum bil adli wal ihsan. Sorry, that He is. That it all comes down to just two things. One, justice, because justice is also a form of ihsan, but a different manifestation, that you are providing the rights of a deprived people to them. They are seeking justice, al-adl. And it's so important, because the world without justice just wouldn't work. And it's such a fundamental core. When a person has been wronged, they in their heart, like their heart cries that they know how they've been wronged, and they, so this at the primacy, Allah says adl. And okay, so people can get what they are entitled to, they are not wronged. And then al-ihsan, kindness, compassion. That's it. And what follows on ita'i dhil qurban, it's an extent, it's an explanation of that ihsan, of just, so yeah, the fact that you identify that, and you're right that, look, there are sometimes some people, I refrain from that kind of da'wah scene. The reason is I do feel that sure, people's intentions may be good. You know, maybe they love is, you know, they have a love for the deen, but the efforts at times can be misplaced. Like the love can be slightly misplaced into this thing of let's get people, let's, you know, I have a love for Islam, I'm going to show Islam is strong, I will just, you know, I'll put down other people and I'll have this. And sometimes maybe unbeknownst to them, maybe they do know, but what it brings out, this very harsh khashin, this kind of, you know, in Arabic, this side of, which is not a side of the faith. The Prophet ﷺ wasn't like that. He was not this person. Look, the Prophet lived in a warrior society. He lived in a warrior society. He, when pressed and pushed, he fought. He fought back. He took, and he stood his ground. But he was never a kind of, you know, when people see this image of not of the Prophet, but they have this image of people who are like all this bravado or all this kind of. Prophet never like. He would not walk around with a sword and walk around and do things. He was very soft with people when he spoke to them. They say one of the things about the Prophet ﷺ, when he spoke to someone, he gave them all his attention. And in such a way that they thought, you know what? I'm this guy's number one. That there's a famous incident that somebody was so taken aback when the Prophet would speak to him with so much so much kindness and focus. That person thought he was the Prophet's best friend. And there's an incident where he goes and he tells someone that, you know, oh, and like he says, oh, guess who, like he thinks they're gonna say him, that he's the closest, and they're just confused at why he thinks that. And but this was this thing of this compassion. The Prophet was not this person throwing his weight around like I'm a tough guy, or it's not that these things don't work. And even if they do work, they work from a fear angle, an intimidation. The Prophet came from rahmatan lil alamin, a mercy, a compassion for the world. And I have this video as well, and I was going to say this incident where they wanted to come and assassinate the Prophet. You have the story of Amr ibn Tufail and this whole thing, and I've spoken about it previously. But in that incident, the person's calling the Prophet to the side. The Prophet he wouldn't walk around. People did own, the Prophet did own a sword and did own these things. Everybody did in that society, but he wouldn't walk around with these kind of things and do things like this. It was the Prophet's nature. See, this is the beauty. There was such a, you know, people speak nowadays of this balance of yin yang, of of almost the masculine, feminine energies, this balance they speak of. You see that they say that if there's a balance, it's this epic harmony in an individual where they are secure with themselves, where they are kind and compassionate. Like they used to say about the Prophet that, oh, he kisses children. And like, so the harsh, because the Arabs thought, what on earth is he doing? That's like weakness. Women do that. And the Prophet said that this is mercy, rahmah. And the person said to the Prophet, I've got, I think, 9 children, I haven't kissed one of them. And the Prophet said that, man la yarham la yurham. that, you know, Allah is Rahim, and whoever doesn't show mercy, then how can they expect mercy from God? So this nature, but at the same time, you see, there's a famous incident narration in Sahih Muslim that there was this particular morning. There was this. It was the general culture of the Arabs. They would wake up at dawn, and even non-Muslim Arabs would. It was just how the society was. In early, just pre-dawn, that there was this loud sound. So on the outskirts of Medina, there were these kind of like on one side there were these certain kind of woods and things that they had near, not the Awali that was further out, but on the outskirts of the city on one side. And there was this certain sound that many people heard it, and they didn't know what it was. And they got scared. It was so loud. Now, I'm not sure what it actually was, but they narrate that it was this really loud, like a bang. And obviously, this is in that day and age when there isn't machinery, and it's like people petrified. Like, what is it? What is it? And then they come out of their homes and they wait, and somebody else comes out of his house, and this person comes out of his home, and they're like, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" And it's in Sahih Muslim, and they say, and then they see a figure. It's emerging. It's coming towards them. It's the Prophet on horseback, horseback without a saddle. That the hadith mentions that the horse didn't have a surj. That the Prophet, he had already gone and come back. He went to check for the safety. Like, that's rahmatan lil alameen. You see, it's not about, you have the compassion, but where the time comes, a person is firm for the well-being of people, not in an thuggery, intimidation kind of way. And I think that's so, seriously, these hadith are they're so mesmerizingly beautiful and awe-striking that you get goosebumps. But yeah, but shukran, I got distracted going off there. But
no,
yeah,
those hadiths that you mentioned, they're almost like hidden gems. Like, we're so caught up in all these loud hadiths, these, at least for me, like, I was like, when I was going through the doubts, I was, I search up sunnah.com and I go on all these hadiths and I search up like keywords and like, it's so much to grasp. And just one thing I want to add with what you said, I think that level of emotional intelligence and compassion, I honestly, like, I don't know about you, but I feel like maybe I'm just not as optimistic right now and where I am in my life, but it's hard for me to see that when it comes to like something like religion, because like if someone's discussing, their religious beliefs with someone, let's say they're arguing over, my religion versus your religion, I think it's just natural for us to become, like harsh and like, because we become vulnerable to what if we're wrong and they're right. And so kind of when I see these discussions happening, maybe at like Speaker's Corner or like even with myself, like as much as I like to admit it, when I was going through like my high in Iman, every conversation that I was about to have, I wanted to like give dawah and talk about Islam because I was so passionate about it. But one thing that I noticed was I was so it was so new to me that whenever someone disagreed with me or challenged my thoughts or challenged my proofs for Islam, I would instantly become so like defensive and like it's almost like I would lose a sense of humanity. And I see that, I think, a lot with these religious
it's interesting that the Quran, when it does say that, okay, fair enough, get into a debate, it says, okay, jadilhum billati hiya ahsan, but only in a way that it's better, and in a way that's ahsan, from ihsan, with the same thing of with goodness, because seldom do people ever accept truths in debates. Like, it has what they call in psychology the backfire effect, that people double down. And this is why it's, you need to be quite very, very open-minded to get into a debate with someone and accept what they're saying. It almost never happens. It's an exceptionally rare case, and almost like a black swan event. But but you're right. And, often it is the ego. And it happens to all of us. It's not, it's, I guess it's human, it's creaturely. And I remember somebody saying to me, look, Mufti, do certain, because I said that, look, I don't want to do any debates and things. And I said, look, I'll have discussions on podcast, my mind trap. People want to come on, we can talk, we can have a conversation, we can disagree, but I don't really want to do it, portray it as a debate, because I know that my ego will kick in. And I mean, it's just something which isn't, even if it's not sincere at that stage, you see, because it becomes about just overpowering the other person vocally.
Winning,
And and you may be able to do that. You may be able to, because you maybe you're like, I find with me, it's really weird. I mean, I've been debating or like in that field, if you're going to say, for almost better part of 24 years or something. So it's not, when you argue and debate for so long, you become so skilled at it. And I find myself, in a debate, in the debate pressure, mentally excelling. Like, I will, if I was to, when I debate people, or when I used to, on the spot, I will come up with answers that I would not have thought of before that discussion right there. And it's just, I mean, it's sure, it's a blessing, but it's also, I think, can get very wrapped up with the ego, because you see, it's very the rush that it will, because people are not skilled at debate. People are not very intellectually astute in that sense. Like, debating is not just about being intellectual, it's about being very witty, being on the spot, being able to come up with something in the moment, under pressure, being able to recall things under pressure. It's not about just knowing things. Like, you can do it, but on the spot, if those 3 seconds go, then the conversation could change, or that moment is gone and the person's making a different point now. So it's just something which, maybe some people have it, some people don't. But it is so wrapped up in the ego that it's not healthy. And it's not what Iman is about. It's not, this journey isn't about that. It's better that we converse. And sure, we could have like a low level kind of, if people, I don't like the word debate, but discussion, where we could kind of,
challenge
butt heads and challenge,
Yeah.
and allow that to manifest. But yeah, I thought, no, I really appreciate you coming on, sharing your thoughts. And do stay in touch. Drop me a message on Instagram. I will look out for your profile. And I would say that, look, don't I don't know how old you seem very young. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
23.
23. Yeah, very, very young. Yeah, 20 years my junior. Look at that. 20 years ago, 43. Yes, look, you have many chapters to come in your life here. Many chapters that will unfold, events that will materialize before you, and so many great things yet to happen. So just just go with it. Just go with it. Like, the rope that you are holding on to, this thing of even kindness within Islam, this is hablullah. You know, wa'tasimu bihablillah. This the rope of God. That don't don't worry, don't sweat it. Don't things. There will be turbulence here and there. It's all good.
Slow.
It's all part of the journey. And no, if you want, what I'm saying is that if you do want to, let's say you want to learn a lot, you want to go in, maybe you want to slow down sometimes, maybe you want to, it's all good. You go with it. You go with the flow that you're feeling, but don't sweat it. Don't think, look, if I'm not doing such and such, what's my faith like? What's this? Oh my God, I question my faith? It is life. It is just, your faith will be there. Sometimes some people, it's like some things you'd rather have this is not an apt analogy, but you have the phrase that some things you'd rather have and not need than need and not have. But what that's referring to is some people, their faith, they don't even appreciate it until something hits them in life. And then the faith is this bedrock that rises from this abyss and holds them in place. And they think, Ya Allah, and for that day, everything that was so silent, invisible to them, it was all worth it for that thing in life. Like it then becomes clear. Maybe you're just in, like I say, chapter 3 of your life, and really in chapter 7, you start to see, wow, now I see how all these things fell into place. The story was just being built up. It was like a slow burn. It was just getting characters into place. And Allah has great things destined for you. Ameen. So stay in touch and drop me a message, and we'll do that. And shukran for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Ata from Canada. There is something special about the Canadian soil people and its people. I'm so impressed. I don't know how. Oh, what have I done here? Damn. What have I done here? What is this? Right. Okay, that's better. I don't know what I just pressed there for a moment. God, the amount of context that could be placed in that caption. Right, okay, let's bring on Wilkins. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Mufti.
How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic. Yeah.
Are you still in Georgia?
I am indeed, but not for long.
Okay.
On the 3rd of September, I shall fly to the Philippines. Yeah.
Oh, wow. To the Philippines.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Ibn Battuta journey. First of all, what damage have you done in Georgia? What's the capital of Georgia?
I thought you were about to say, what's the population of Georgia? I was like, oh, what?
I'm sure the population's probably, I'm worrying the population's gone up since you've been there, or it's about to go up within the next 9 months. It's like... There's a lot of surgical strikes going on, which we're concerned about. We're all worried for Georgia. Oh, dear old Georgia.
I mean, they need my genes, of course. But anyway, this is it. The point, the fight against Russia. The point is, the capital is Tbilisi. It starts with the T. Tbilisi. Yeah, something like that. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. And it has a population of 1 million, but apparently like 500,000 Russians have come in, like immigrated from Russia and stuff like that. So so the population's like ballooned up, and I've seen this with my own eyes, kind of thing. But it's interesting.
I'm intrigued with the amount of things you have seen with your eyes. I'm sure are quite a tale to tell. One Ibn Battuta of the past, what he saw. And then, you see, there's only 2 other Ibn Battutas. One is you, and one is, I don't know if you ever watched a Mind Trap. There's Ridwan Abdul Karim.
I haven't seen him, no.
Right,
But,
so he's currently in Saudi. I've got to bring him on for another Mind Trap. He's another Ibn Battuta who I've lost count of the amount of weddings that have taken place cross-culturally in different parts of the globe, where Ibn Battuta, really, Abdul Karim has gone. And I just got a video the other day, another wedding. I was like, yes. I said, really, this is your world, man. We're just living in it. That's all.
You mean he's getting married to different women, or he's getting married to different?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, you mean he's doing the, what do you call it, the temporary?
No, he doesn't do temporary. He does the full. He goes full out, does the full wedding, and then I think he keeps them, or some maybe after a little while they don't work out, or. Right, but he doesn't do the temporary. He doesn't do the temporary. He goes full in. Like there's no. Right. I'm like, well, I admire the formidable commitment.
No, it is a formidable. It's a lot of energy to do all of that, you know. Yeah,
no.
But you know, I am going to the Philippines for love at the end of the day. So
for love.
For the lower, you know.
Where is there a place where love has not dragged man to? Is there where has it not dragged man to the abyss of the pits of hell? It would. What haven't people done for love? What haven't they done?
Right. I think it is such a powerful thing, honestly. And I don't think it's anything wrong to be moved by love, honestly. You know.
No, it's not a good thing.
No. I mean, it's a good thing. It's a great thing. I think is it blind? Is it no? In my opinion, in my case, it's no, because I have experience. You know. But
you know, did you do this? In my. Did you say? In my case, it's not.
I'm amazed you can do that. I don't think I can do that. Okay, yeah. Well, I can't actually.
What love teaches you, huh? It teaches you these things.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, I was listening to all those other guests, and I just have a few comments to say about each of them, because
then we'll come back to your love life. Your love life can wait for a moment. More importantly, we'll have your comments first.
Absolutely right. So first point is the dream thing. That was so interesting. I want to bring in something. I've been listening to a person called Andrew Tate. You might have heard of him.
Andrew Tate has dominated the world. I mean, everybody's heard of him.
But
every single person has heard of Andrew Tate's now. I was surprised. Layla to me the other day. She said, "Oh, I was listening to something." She said, "Oh, are you listening to Andrew Tate?" I was like, "No." I was like, wait a minute. You've heard of Andrew Tate?
Yeah, and she's only like 8 or 9, right? You know,
No, she's 10. She's 10. Gonna turn 11 soon.
Right.
But I was like, you know what? And somebody told me today. We were at an event and somebody mentioned Andrew Tate's, and somebody else said, who's a teacher at school, said, at primary school, said, "Oh, we have to talk to kids about Andrew Tate because he's a phenomenon." And I mean, he is. It's Andrew. You know, it's his world, and we're just living in it. We're just living in it. That's all it is.
I had obviously I got introduced to him from people saying negative things about him, but then when I actually sat down and watched his interviews and what he had to say about masculinity,
marketing genius.
Not only is he, but what he actually says is genuine, it's rational what he's saying. A lot of this,
some of it is he does say wacko stuff as well. He does say how.
Okay, he does, but there are a lot of things.
Are you afraid of bubbles? It's like what? This is how I determine who my friends are. I call them here. I give them all sparkling water. And one of them said, "But it's sparkling." I said, "Yeah, and what?" And he said, "But it's got bubbles." I said, "Bubbles? Bubbles? You scared of bubbles? Beep, 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 beep. Scared of bubbles? Get the beep, 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 beep out of here." It's like, that guy's off his rockers.
No, okay. I mean, there are some things that I do, I wouldn't say envy, but I admire, honestly, I do admire a lot of what he says.
Let's be real. You see, the thing is, most men the power and the kind of audacity that he has. Like he has money, he has physical strength. The guy obviously he's tough. He's
sharp.
He's articulate. He has women. He has like the guy has fame. I mean, and he can say whatever the hell he wants, as absurd as it is, as crazy as it is, and still and nothing. And because let's face it, I mean, the guy, it's like all men would. They can't help. I think even they would envy that position, that placeholder.
Absolutely.
Even if they disagree with the stuff and they dislike, even if they dislike the attitude, dislike his message, but they think, damn, if only I could have an ounce of that power. It's like,
right. I mean, he says as much himself anyway. But
do you think he's gonna fight? What is it, Jake Paul or what's his name?
He says he wants to. He says he wants to.
No, but haven't you seen that they've made some clips where they've accepted?
Oh, I haven't seen that. But I hope to see that.
So the older brother.
Logan Paul, right?
Logan Paul. So he's saying the younger one is saying to him in the clip that, oh, with your blessing, I'd like to fight him, and I don't think he's going to come, and he's going to chicken out. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I can't stand them. I do find them to just be entitled.
I like Logan Paul's fine. Logan Paul's fine. Jake Paul isn't.
Okay, so I don't really follow them, but I just find this annoying nature. I think I'm going to be honest with you. I think. If that goes down, it's going to be spectacular. It's going to have so much traction. But I feel I'll find myself rooting for Andrew Tate.
Me too. But
as
KSI
opposed to
KSI is going to happen first. Yeah. So there's enough that he's going to get him first, and they've already agreed on Twitter that KSI and Jake Paul. So
but that's different because that's just YouTubers. But this is different. This is taking it to another level because you see, Andrew Tate has built his whole thing on this macho.
Four-time world
he can't go down. He can't go down. So so and it's just wow. Okay, this will be interesting.
Absolutely,
But this is the problem with Andrew Tate as well. The problem is that he is tough.
No, he is tough. He's been through shit.
And I mean, he's obviously very charming as well. But he is tough. Now, this adds that extra layer because people. Let's say somebody's being all cocky online, saying all kinds of things. Somebody would come up to them and be like, blah blah blah, out. But I doubt it. Many people would dare to go up to somebody who's been a repeated world champion, a trained, skilled fighter. That's his profession. That he is just trained to fight.
Right.
I mean, who the hell wants to go?
And he's still young. He's only 35. He's still young.
I don't know how old he was, but
yeah. So
I just can't get over the fact that he's dominated the internet in just a few months. It's like 5 months ago, nobody's heard of him.
Yeah.
And now
same.
he's everywhere.
Yeah.
He dominates the goddamn internet. Like you can't open YouTube without his video coming up.
Right.
It's like you don't even need to search him. His videos come up. It's like, how did this guy do this? It's like, what the hell? You could be the best. You could be Brad Pitt or you could be Tom Cruise. You don't have that much traction online.
Right.
You don't have.
It comes and goes, right? Yeah.
He just dominates. Everywhere. It's like what the hell?
Yeah. And but the reason I brought him up because he had this he's on the Fellas podcast. He's talking with these two YouTubers who are both atheists. He himself believes in God, Orthodox Christian, right? And he says this very interesting analogy, right? And I think it's about dreams. So try to remember a real event that happened in your life. Try to remember a dream, right?
I just want to say. Oh, sorry. Carry on. No.
The process of remembering those two things, a dream and a real event, is cerebrally different.
Ah, right. Okay.
And so the only reason we believe that the real life events is the idea of it, right? And he brings this back to if believers or people with faith are acting righteously because they believe in God, doesn't that make at least God as an idea real? That's what he was explaining to these atheists, right? You know,
Wow.
so
And
like,
I just want to, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's slightly, it is an older philosophical argument nested in the ontological argument, but it's reducing it. It's that what you're saying is that if people have conceived, it's I guess it's a rendition of a different rendition of it, because people say, well, if you could conceive God, then he must ultimately exist, because the concept of God is perfect and humans are imperfect, so by definition they can't conceive something perfect. So this kind of argument, but this is a kind of another development of that, in saying, if ideas have some reality, then there's some reality to it. I just wanted to say here, look, I'm just to be clear, I'm not in case people might have this question, I'm not endorsing Andrew Tate, and I'm not saying that he's a role model. He certainly isn't. And he says he says many totally dumb, outrageous, bizarre stuff, and he does at times many times he's utterly misogynistic. He's very he looks down on people, poor people. He'll have all this kind of stuff. It doesn't mean everything he says is bizarre. He does say many things which are on point as well, and this is why he's obviously, I was just saying, I'm not saying to people that he follow him, don't follow him. I was saying he's just dominated the whole goddamn, there is no precedent. Like what he's done is he is a marketing, I don't know how he's done it, but he's a marketing genius. Like the guy, nobody ever has dominated the internet. Like it's just like, there could be, for example, imagine there's an incident and everybody's talking about it because it's an incident.
Yeah.
That's different. That's very fleeting. So let's say there's a scandal, everybody's talking about it, or you had the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, and maybe something's happened and everybody's talking about it. But you give it a week or two and it's old news.
Yeah.
But this guy has managed to dominate the goddamn algorithm.
And
for that is a genius move. And so that's what I was saying. So not to, just in case people think, look, I'm kind of advocating Mesroma. I'm not.
No.
But I do recognize that he's tapped into the kind of red pill thing. He's also tapped into the fact that there is a decline in masculinity.
That's exactly the point.
And people are, there is a lack of masculine leadership. And he's realized that this is like big bucks. And it's also huge fame, because people are too afraid to say things.
But he's not coming at it from that angle, though. He's coming at it because he actually genuinely thinks it's a real problem.
Which it is a problem. To be fair, I do agree with him that, and I do like the fact that I liked his term that he said I speak about. He said, because I think he corrects someone who says toxic masculinity. And he says it's masculine excellence. And I thought, I love that word.
Exactly, right?
Why is masculinity toxic? That doesn't make any sense. So it's resonate. You see, some core things that he's saying are resonating with people. This is why he's gaining acceptance. But then he's dropping all the bravado. Obviously, he's dropping bravado nonstop, and he can do it because he's this tough guy, and he's also like a multimillionaire, and he can do whatever the hell and he's got these, like he says, well, they say, I don't like the color of your Bugatti, and he's like, yeah, well, what color is your Bugatti? Exactly.
I got 9 Bugattis, but he's like, that's what he'll come up with, like, but I mean,
so that's fascinating.
Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to bring the dream thing and about the Ukhta Harun thing. Whenever the sister of Harun, when I saw it as God's way of praising Maryam, because it's a praise, it's a form of praise. So when Safiya, wife of the Prophet was being teased or insulted about her Jewish heritage by Aisha, I think. He said to her, well, then say to them, your father is Harun the Prophet, your uncle is Moses the Prophet, and your husband is Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad. Say to them that.
That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. Shukran for saying that, because I didn't think of that. And now that you say it's an amazing, so well said and so apt for the question. So shukran, yeah.
And then and compassion. I mean, wow. But I guess because we started this with the Satanic Verses, right? And I just, because like for me, I have this desire to memorize the Quran. Of course I do. But that desire had kind of not died, but kind of gone dormant because of a few shocks I've had. And I want to share some of those shocks with you. And then maybe you can give me some words of, I don't know, encouragement but I'll explain. So, this is coming at a time when I was in Manchester. I started to realize that I didn't quite. I stopped believing in the Sufi stuff. I was in a Sufi tariqah, right? I was living in one of those awiyas in Manchester.
Okay.
And then I started to realize, the Sufi stuff is a cult, right? That's how I see it, okay? And that's my personal opinion of it, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And so I watched this Korean drama called Save Me, and it's about the girl's family that gets entrapped in a cult. And you see this, you see the parents of this girl who, they fall in love with, or they absolutely just believe in this book that they have, blindly. And a part of me, when I was watching that, kind of made me think, oh, what if I'm like that with the Quran? Like, what if I fall into that, let's say, trap of just believing blindly everything the Quran says, and that part, because like investing the time to memorize 6,000 verses, it's going to take hours. It could take a year of my life to do that, right? And then it made me think, should I invest all that time into memorizing this book in the end? So that shock kind of, or that doubt kind of made me like stop my efforts for a while. I still have some of the verses that I memorized already, but I would like to get back to it. Honestly, my heart wants to get back to it. So I guess what I would like to hear from you is, because you heard the benefits of memorizing the Quran for the afterlife.
Yeah,
that doesn't really resonate with me personally, but because you've memorized the Quran, could you maybe share with me some benefits it's had for you? How have you felt that having the Quran memorized has helped you, has supported you in your life? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a few things there. Let's briefly taking a look at them. So memorizing the Quran, it's an amazing, beautiful accomplishment, an achievement that is spectacular, but it's not something everybody has to do, or somebody has to feel that they have to do. They don't. Like, it's not. I think if you memorize the Quran, if you have a wish to memorize the Quran, I think that's amazing. Then do it. If you, to me, memorizing the Quran would be interesting, would be on the table, or I would maybe propose or suggest that for people, just as a suggestion, if they were looking to study Islam at some kind of advanced level, or they were looking to do that they had some kind of a vision to do that. Because then it would give them a holistic grounding of the faith, because they've been through the whole Quran and they've memorized it. Now, even if they forget things, but if they do it with meaning, and I did this in I covered the when I used to memorize, I think in the last meeting with MALM, I kind of went through some of the tips and the procedures. And so if you do it like that with meaning and all these things, it will always, the meaning will always stay with you. So even if you have to revise words and stuff, and you forget where that verse was, or but the meaning will. So if somebody said a concept of something, they said, oh, it says this in the Quran, you would have a good idea whether if that's right or wrong. Like you would know more or less immediately. No, the Quran doesn't speak about this topic, for example.
And even when you mentioned the satanic verse, it didn't even look like Quran. You know, the words,
exactly.
style did not look like Quran at all. So anyone with any familiarity with it could immediately recognize that is not Quran. Just the wording, just style.
Because the kind of the kind of thing of gharaniq, and although the word gharaniq is an Arabic word, but the point is
even the last two words like it just looked weird. It looked weird to me.
Sure, no, I'm with you. And so so I would say, look, if you feel like memorizing the Quran, sure, it's a beautiful, amazing path to be on. But if you find yourself, look, it's quite a bit of a commitment. I don't know if I could do it, because it is a lot. It's not like, it's not something done overnight. It would take like intense commitment. So if you feel that, look, this is quite difficult, don't sweat it. Don't feel that you have to kind of you have to somewhat do this. You don't. What you could do better than that, not kind of juxtaposing it as in better than that, but better than that for you in that circumstance, is that you could maybe have a gradual reading through the Quran at like piecemeal, at your pace, but with meaning. So it could be that you just take a page whenever you do it, and you just go through the meaning, and you go through, especially if you've learned Arabic by that time, you just understand, and maybe you just check 1-2 things and then move on, and you do the next one. And sure, this doesn't stay as a memorized scripture, but the meaning is kind of is somewhat with you. So so I would say that there's always that. And even if that seems so much, then one could leave this, as in one could allow this to unfold throughout their lifetime. It's not, if that be, then it be, if it be so, then let it be so. It's not, look, it doesn't, what I'm saying is that the beauty of Islam is that it is as easy as you are. Yeah. What I mean by that is that it's like think of it like this. You're walking on a path. Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, imagine you're on the same path, but you're on a bike. And then imagine it was a car. Now, imagine you're walking, and you're just walking, and there's the air is as it is. It's nice. It's pleasant. There's scenery. You're seeing things. Now you're on a bike and you feel the breeze. The faster you go, you feel. Now in a car, this breeze hitting you is even stronger, because you're moving, accelerating at much stronger forces, velocity. So it's much faster. And that is almost the compassion and the beauty of Islam with you. That you see, when you choose to go at certain speeds, it is there, it is giving you this. But if you slow down, you can slow down. You don't feel that you need to learn all of Islam. I need to memorize the Quran. I need to do these things. Take it at your pace. That's what I would say. And if you feel that, it's going to be a lifetime and I'll read the Quran, I'm just going to read one page when I can, so be it. My one advice would be that if you can learn Arabic, Quranic Arabic especially, it will change your life. And whenever you come back to the Quran, it will be as mind-blowingly formidable of a force of grandeur as it was when you left it. That is the beauty, you see. Whenever you hear it, it will just pierce through the soul. So if you can, a person can, if they commit themselves to it within 6 months to 12 months, learn Arabic, especially Quranic Arabic. With that, people, let's wrap this up. We lost Wilkinson in the process. Let's hope that's not an attack from Russia. Astaghfirullah. May Allah protect and preserve our Wilkinson. Yeah, it may have been. We don't know what. All right, there he is. Wilkins, you're back. Right, we got. And I was just about to wrap this up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my internet connection decided to be a bit unstable. Yeah.
I thought it was either I thought it was one of three. It was either the Russians, it was either the internet connection, or it was either another Georgian love that heard about your Philippine love and just conducted a mandatory extraction by force. And you were being dragged through the pits of hell.
but I think I heard what you were saying in the end, like about just letting this project be a lifetime thing, kind of thing.
What I'm saying is, look, it will. You go with it as you go. Like if you find yourself able to take more, to learn more, you learn. If you find yourself slowing down, it's okay. You know, it is a deen yusr, as the Prophet said. He said the deen is of ease. To the extent that a deen yusr, that the deen itself is ease embodied. So that's phenomenal. We're gonna have to. We've come up to 5.5 hours. This is. You know what? What am I doing?
You just love us all, Mufti. You just love us all, Mufti. I think that's what it is. It is, Mufti.
Well, Wilkinson, when did you say you're going to the 3rd of September?
September. Yeah.
For love.
September, yeah.
For love.
For love.
Allah. What does one not do for love? Huh? Look at this. Whoever she is in Philippines, she's dragging from the grips of Georgia, taking Bichara poor Wilkinson across thousands of miles. Get yourself over here. Like a lovesick puppy, huh? Wilkinson. He will say, as I was going to say, as what's his name? Abu Ja'far al-Mansur said about Abdurrahman ibn Muawiyah Dakhil. He said that the man, he said that he traversed deserts. Yaqfar Sahara. No, he never said Sahara. But he never said Sahara. He used a different word. But he said he covered these deserts. وَيَرْكَبُ الْبَحَرِ, and he reached a foreign A'jami land, and he went there and Massar al-Amsar, and he established cities, and he landed single-handedly but set up armies, and he brought back a whole empire that had left the face of this earth, which was Bani Umayyah in the west now. And he said, لِحُسْنِ تَدْبِيرِ, just because of his effective planning, وَلِشِدَّةِ عَزْمِ, and his pure sheer determination. Allah, what a man, huh? What a guy. So this is what we're gonna hear soon about Wilkinson, his sheer determination. Allah.
Yes. But no, this is a good episode, and it was amazing. It was amazing to talk with you again. Yeah.
Likewise, always, it's a pleasure. Always. Right. Well, we have to do this more, and we have to set up. I know I keep saying this. I've not been doing many of the mind. We got to do our mind trap as well. That's got to be just a spectacular discussion.
I think so. You can go into so many things, like it'll never end. It'll never end. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, people, with that, Wilkinson, we'll wrap this up. A pleasure, un placer, encantado as always. Take very good care of yourselves. Wassalamullahi alaikum. People, that was Wilkinson, and I'm going to wrap this up. Those of you that want to reach out to me, you're more than welcome. Instagram is the place. I do for quick questions, quick connect. It's great. It's a wonderful place. If you're interested in one-to-one perspective sessions, I call them, which are one-to-one consultation sessions about whatever's bothering people, often it's usually theological, religious issues they want to discuss in depth. Sometimes it's all kinds of just life issues they want to discuss in depth. But you have that FaceTime anyway for an hour, an hour. You're more than welcome to book. You go straight to Patreon. So it's patreon.com/MALM, and you can book from there. Otherwise, just to connect, Instagram is awesome. The Patreon does give access to the Discord server as well, Mindscape. People, take very good care of yourselves. May Allah bless you all. Salaam alaikum wa khuda hafiz.